Hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Appreciate that. That's how we need to start the day, with productivity. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Hold on. Oops. Okay, there we go. Shout out to Shadow the Titan Wasp with the early. Yeah, that's how we do it. Salute to you, my guy. Salute to you. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Man. Oh, man. Yo, hey, listen. Yo state, yo Shadow, yo state is a wild place. Yo state is a wild place, bruh. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, let me see all these then use the first. Everybody, so we got that boy Rico compare Casey Allison case to Karmelo case and try to make sense of the amount of time given. Kim West said, please push the like button. Both cases happened in Texas. The white kid got 10 years for unaliving a Hispanic kid in the school bathroom, and Karmelo got 35. Whew. Gen Z 214. Miss J, good day to you. Bubba Homeschool, good morning. Good day to you, sir. Please don't block me today. I might have some things to say, but I would try to be nice. But if Diva starts in with her insane racism and calls to violence, I might snap back. It's a lot of things going on. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Love, Lady, Kels, The Gale, B. Schneezy, Little Beneficial, Shiesty. The Chatter King. What's up, Southern Charm? Don't be oh-hey-ing me. Don't be oh-hey-ing me. V-Dub. Pretty much right after we ended the show, the verdict came out. I damn near was about to hit the link and create a new stream. What's up, Beige Lives? Damn, Beige Lives, that's crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. And the main problem that we have, what I'm having, is that like I did not Chaotic lost yesterday. Why did Chaotic lose it yesterday? I did not expect so many. I didn't expect us to be that split down the middle. I did not expect it to be like that at all. I expect people to be some people on one side, some people on the other. But I didn't know it was this big of a problem. It's a huge situation that we got. It's a lot. And we could clearly see it in our small space. You could see how big of an issue this one side of the coin versus the other side is. And I don't even know at this point what to really think about it, especially from my brothers. Because it seems like it's more from my brothers that have this misunderstanding. I have this opinion, that other person have that opinion. The ladies seem like they are all in sync with what they are believing in the most part. Wall Street Willie said the one of the two channels that he support more than this channel, Sell You Out, and his wife Miss Tammy Sotomayor had a good celebration. Well, you know, that's what you fucks with. You don't fuck with me. You know what I mean? You be trying to put me down. Mm. I don't really. It's just very interesting to see how much the black men are in separation with these type of scenarios. Like this is crazy. I did not believe he was going to get M1. I did not believe he's going to get convicted of M1. I was more on in line with what out there Cody was saying, was that he was going to get some manslaughter, or maybe even, you know. But shit, they gave that boy 35 Jones. 35 is super wild. My bad, Wall Street Willie. Hopefully I did make you crack a smile, though. But I'm surprised. Well, you know, I'm kind of not surprised that Tommy Sotomayor is in celebration. But it's also very disappointing to see somebody be in celebration. You know what I mean? That's the crazy part to it. Make sure you're hitting that like and that share button. To celebrate it, man, it really shows that, man. You know what I'm going to talk about, because I don't want to get too the appeal that everybody already decided. Little Beneficial said, my N-word, Sotomayor. Wow. Yeah, they sentenced him already. That was super fast. This is one of the fastest turnarounds I ever seen, in my opinion. I don't remember things moving this goddamn fast and the case so big. That's wild. You know what I'm saying? This is the pill everybody already decided. So good day, everybody. Today we are talking about the case that has somehow become. We are talking about the case that has somehow become America's newest Rorschach test. Because apparently, depending on who you ask, this case was either an obvious M1 conviction, an obvious case of self-defense, proof the justice system works, proof the justice system is broken, a racial injustice, a racial reckoning, or giant conspiracy that was planned from the beginning. And now the newest chapter is this whole Charleston White comes out and says he's working with Karmelo Anthony's family. And according to him, they expected this outcome. The conviction wasn't the end game. The appeal is. Hey, babe. Anya. Gorgeous. Anybody? You can pass the cocoa butter? Oh, okay. Thank you. Right, and then so suddenly we have these pictures circulating online. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I should have ordered it. Then they got these pictures circulating online. People claiming they show the victim father, the prosecutor, and the judge together, and suddenly the internet transformed into Law and Order YouTube unit. That's what we are now. We are the Law and Order YouTube unit. You know, Zero, I gotta bring it out a little early, And the internet transformed into that, right? Everybody became an appellate attorney overnight. Folks that couldn't explain what hearsay meant last Tuesday are suddenly experts in judicial ethics. You know what I'm saying? Your Honor, I object. To what? I don't know yet, but I'm going viral. First of all, can we all admit something? Nobody waits for facts anymore. Nobody. People pick a side first and then go shopping for evidence. The verdict drops. People don't ask what happened. They ask, did my team win? We turned criminal cases into playoff games. And people are walking around with legal takes like sports analysis. Well, if you look at the official, sir, this isn't game 7. Somebody died. Somebody's going to prison. Maybe slow down so we can understand what actually happened, right? So this is what actually happened. A Texas jury convicted Karmelo Anthony of the M-word, M1, and sentenced him to 35 years in prison after rejecting his self-defense claim in the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf during a high school track meet. The defense argued self-defense. The prosecution argued that using deadly force wasn't justified under the circumstances. The jury agreed with the prosecution. And that's where we are. Everything else, appeals, speculation, internet detectives, and conspiracy theories.
What was that? The lights just turned on here.
Because, and let's talk about these damn pictures. Because this is where people lose their minds. Pictures allegedly surfaced showing the victim's father with people connected to the case, right? Charleston White and others are suggesting these relationships prove bias. And here's the problem. A picture by itself doesn't prove corruption. Texas communities can be small, People know each other. Lawyers know judges. Judges attend community events. Parents know prosecutors. The legal question isn't, do they know each other? The question is, did that relationship create actual prejudice that violated the defendant's right to a fair trial? That is the real question. Those are two very different things. Because if knowing people automatically overturn convictions, half of small town America would have to retry every case since 1973. So the question is, so does the appeal actually have a chance? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe the appeal actually have a chance. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not believe the appeal has a chance. Or you can super chat with 99 cents, your 1 or your 2. Support the show, support the stream, where we are at on the likes. Where are we on the shares? Now, here's where it gets interesting. Because people think appeals work like the movies. You stand up, dramatic new evidence. Judge Gaff, case dismissed. Everybody hugs, credit rolls. It's not how appeals work. Appeals aren't, do we think he's innocent? I mean, appeals aren't, do we think he's innocent? It's not what it is. Appeals asks, did the trial court make a legal error significant enough to affect the outcome? Appeal asks, did the trial court make a legal error significant enough to affect the outcome? It's a huge difference. The appellate court generally isn't retrying the facts. They're reviewing the process. What actually gets a... Do we even know what actually gets convictions overturned? We need more likes, ladies and gentlemen. We need more likes. We need more shares. We having a dope discussion. We need more likes and shares. I always freestyle a show. It's what I do. It is what it is. If you have a disagreement with what I'm saying, you could hit the link and you could disagree and make sure you bring your facts behind you. I haven't seen, I asked the question. I'm going to ask it again. What actually gets convictions overturned? Since Davey want to talk, Davey. What up, SD? Davey, what gets a conviction overturned? Silence. Yeah, that's what I thought. The trolls just want to be quiet. Okay, Kim West, I like that, Kim. So when it comes to the appeals succeeds when things like, let me see, some things happen like a judicial misconduct. That's one thing. Let's go with that. Number one, a judicial misconduct. If a judge had a conflict of interest that should have required a recusal, but you have to prove more than internet suspicions. You need evidence, real evidence, not not this look at this barbecue picture. That's one way you could get it done. That's one way. Another way is the prosecution, they have a misconduct, right? Did the prosecutors hide evidence? Did the prosecutors hide evidence? Did they mislead the jury? Did they violate constitutional rights? That's serious. But again, you have to prove it. Jury selection errors. It's another one. I think we up to, what number we up to? Number 3? We up to number 3? Okay. Jury selection errors. This one might actually get attention, especially if the defense argues improper exclusion of jurors. Remember, no black juries ultimately served in this case. Not one. However, but simply having an all non-black jury isn't automatically unconstitutional. The defense will have to show improper racial discrimination during jury selection. And that is called what is that called, y'all? What is it called? That is called the Batson challenge issue. That's what it's called, the Batson challenge issue. And those appeals like that, look it up, the Batson challenge issue, right? So, and those appeals can succeed. Those appeals can succeed sometimes. Hey, Shatira. Those appeals can succeed sometimes. You know, another one that they always try to do is ineffective assistance of counsel. Yeah. Basically, my lawyer messed up so badly, it affected my right to a fair trial. Very hard to win. People file these constantly. Very few succeed. I don't know. I'm losing. Improper evidence rulings, right? Evidence admitted that shouldn't have been evidence, right? That shouldn't have been. Evidence excluded that should have come in. If the appellate court believes those mistakes changed the verdict, that's where reversals happen. The real question is, all you court TV watchers, how often do appeals win? All you Law and Orders, YouTube lawyers. Shout out to all the appellate YouTube lawyers I'm about to change my name to Esquire. PhD, but I'm changing my name from Doctor to Esquire. Because I'm cooking up right now. I ain't gonna lie. I got my coffee. It's my baby girl birthday. We just celebrated. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, look, I ain't gonna lie. Who else is cooking up like, bruh? You mean to tell me I still can't get a like and a share after I'm cooking up like this? I am a YouTube appellate Esquire. Come on, man. Come on. We need some likes and some shares, god damn it. Thank you, Kim West. Shout out to my baby girl. It's my baby girl birthday. Okay, so let me think about it. So here's All right, so what's the question I just asked? What was the question I just asked? Shit. Oh, how often do appeals win? Shows how much y'all goddamn listening. I didn't even realize what I said that song. Thank you so much for all the birthday love. And they say happy birthday to you, baby girl. Ouch. She said thank you. Thank you so much, Verbal Assassin. And so here's the reality. Nobody likes appeals are hard. I mean, like very hard. Criminal convictions are often they are overturned far less often than television would have you believe. You know what I'm saying? Good day to you, Miss Smell of Roses. Most appeals fail because the appellate court gives trial courts a lot of deference. Generally speaking, many appeals are denied outright. Straight up. Some convictions get sentence modified. They get sentences modified. A smaller number receive new trials. Right? And an even smaller number gets completely overturned. The odds aren't impossible, but they ain't great, especially if the evidence against the defendants was substantial. Here's the part nobody wants to hear. Both sides are doing the same thing. One side says the appeal has zero chance. The other says the conviction is definitely getting overturned. Everybody in the chat said happy birthday. She's smiling from ear to ear. She appreciates it. They just said it to again. Somebody else just said it.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully y'all heard that. And so thank you. So the convictions is definitely, you know, what was I? Hold on, let me finish my thought. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying both sides. What was I saying? Yeah, both sides are doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. One side says the appeal has zero chance. The other says the conviction is definitely getting overturned. Neither knows because appeals haven't even fully played out yet, right? People want certainty. But law doesn't always work that way. Sometimes the answer is we don't know. And the internet hates that sentence. The internet hates that sentence. What are you doing? Why you trying to trap me while I'm working?
Make sure you read it.
Here's what fascinates me. My crazy ass kids think I can do 10,000 things at once. But here's what fascinates me. What if the appeal fails? Will people accept it? Is the question. Will you accept it? If you think the system is corrupt, probably not. What if the appeal succeeds? Will the other side accept it? Probably not. Because once people become emotionally invested, every outcome becomes evidence supporting what they already believe. Conviction? Told you. New trial? Told you. Sentence reduction? Told you. Alien invasion? Told you. Nobody changes their mind. Everybody update the conspiracy board. That's what they do. And here's my goddamn closing. At the end of the day, one family buried their son, another family watched theirs get sentenced to decades in prison. There's tragedy all around. The internet turned it into content. Politics turned into symbolism. People turn into a team sport, but the appeals court, it doesn't care about no goddamn hashtag. It doesn't care about no goddamn YouTube. It doesn't care about Charleston White. It doesn't care about your thumbnails. The question they'll ask is simple. Was there a legal error serious enough to undermine confidence in the verdict? That's it. If the answer is yes, he could get relief. A new trial, a resentencing, possibly more. If the answer, the answer is no, the conviction stands. And maybe, that's the lesson nobody wants to hear. Justice isn't always satisfying. It's messy, slow, usually slow. This was one of the fastest things I've seen. Complicated. It's very complicated. I didn't even do the damn thing. Okay. I see what I didn't do. It's complicated. Hold on. It's slow. It's complicated. And sometimes the hardest thing in America isn't winning an argument. It's waiting to see if the process actually works. Meanwhile, YouTube already held, 3 retrials, acquitted him twice, convicted him once, and sentenced everybody in the comment section to life without parole. Court adjourned. That's my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Let me get to some of these super chats and things. Shout out to the people that showing me love. Shout out to Taiwan Tana. I was wrong, period. He was protected by law. 1. Shout out to Taiwan. 1. Miss J with the $2. No chance. Damn. Shout out to Taiwan. Yes. Shout out to Brother Noomsi with the 5 Thank you so much, Brother Noomsi. And also, we have Shaka Carter, 3962, $1.49 super sticker. Thank you so much. We need some more $1.50 super stickers. Good day, Shadow. You in Texas. What is the feel of Texas?
It's a clear divide on the situation. Those of us who know the system here, we know he's going to sit for at least 5. That's just how the game works here. But it's because, as you said, a lot of people don't know the appeal process. He's going to do his direct appeal at first. He's got 14 days to file that. They're going to have to find a new appellate lawyer to do that. His trial lawyer is not going to be his appellate lawyer. 8 out of 10, they're probably going to file ineffective assistance counsel. The void dare issue, there's a number of issues that they're going to bring up, but a lot of that's still going to fall under ineffective assistance counsel. He's not going, we thought he might go to a low medium, but his age, the type of offense that it is, he's probably going to, he's probably going to a max because he's 19. His criminal custody level will be super high. So, and it's an aggravated offense. I mean, like I said, it sucks, but I think there are things that they can appeal on, and an effective trial lawyer will be able to work it. I don't think he's going to get completely overturned. I think it'll be a new trial, and then if they convict him again, it'll be on a lesser charge, uncharged offense. Also, people are saying he'll get out in 17 and a half. No, he's eligible for parole in 17 and a half. But he's not going to get parole. He's going to have a 3-year time skip. He's going to have a 2-year time skip, and then he's going to have a 1. He's serving a minimum of 22. So that's just, again, how the system works here.
Damn. A minimum of 22?
Yeah, because yes, he could get parole at 17 and a half. He's not going to. I don't think anybody in the Eastern District of Texas has ever gotten parole on their first shot, ever. They just don't do it. They just say, good, you came up. See you in 3 years.
Yeah, man. I think this situation is a huge loss for America for sure. I know people want to act like it's a win.
There's nothing about this case won. I've been asking people this question for the last probably 12 hours. What would you have done in that same situation? There were 4 white boys who pulled up on him. I don't care how people feel about this. After how I do is because as a trainer, I would have told him to do the same thing. Hey, when you're pushed into a corner, hit him and hit. I would have told him to hit all of them. Because the minute he felt threatened and he put his hands on him the second time, his whole conversation was dead. There's nothing else for us to talk about. So I'm sorry. I don't like the fact that Metcalf had to die, but he also didn't have to keep pressing him at all. He literally could have just gone and got a coach if he really felt like he was out of pocket. The coach was 100 feet away. Hey, coach, we need him to move. End of story. There's a lot of bad calls here. And everybody's real quick to be.
I got a question for you, Shadow. Do you think it was a fair trial?
No, not well. For the scope of how the trial was ran, I believe it was a fair trial. I believe his defense was atrocious. I'm waiting for Pacer to drop, and I'm gonna get everything void there up. And I can see a lot of lacking positions. Like they didn't really argue self-defense the way it should have been argued at all, because they didn't. One of the biggest issues that even in the initial investigation, his friend's phone, when he showed he deleted the video, his phone still should have been confiscated, and then they should have got a search warrant for it in order to go find the dump file for that video. They didn't even attempt to do that. There's things that should have happened that just simply didn't. That's not appealable necessarily, but his conviction still would have come from that same poisonous tree. Hey, had that video showed up, and had that video showed that he was not the aggressor, and that, like, you see what I'm saying? They eliminated the 3 black teachers because of their background in education, but had 2 white jurors who had a background in education. So they're not going to be able to use that same argument. Like, it seems like his lawyer, and because this is me, because his attorney had such a good history with the prosecution team and the prosecutor specifically, I felt like he didn't fight as he should have. He didn't put as much effort behind his case as an effective counsel would. I feel like they basically sailed him up the road.
So now it goes to show that, all these years of people telling black folks that you need to go hire a white man to get you out of jail. Hey, that whole thing got flipped on his head. I think every black man needs to be on notice. If your ass going to jail, because you need somebody that's going to understand that you are fighting for your life and you want that person to be fighting for you as well. And in some cases, and I'm assuming especially if you are in Texas, you're going to need somebody as black as you to go ahead and fight for you. And make sure there ain't no MAGA Republican, because they might throw your ass under the bus too. So you might have to check out for two things. You might have to check to see if they are black MAGA conservative, and you want them to be a black person, right? So you got to have to check for two things. It's a twofold situation because the idea that his lawyer said, and this is what his lawyer said, man, and it makes you like really like question the mother and father for real. It really makes me question the mother and father for real, bro. Like that lawyer said, what do you want? A junkyard dog to be in that courtroom with you, or you want somebody that's going to be a little bit more nicer to the judge? And I was like, that sounds insane to me. I want a goddamn junkyard dog fighting for my life. Good day. Welcome to the show. Brownsville, New York. Good day, cuz.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can you hear me, cuzzo? Am I coming through?
I can hear you well. Yes, I can hear you well today.
Yeah, man. Peace and love to the kings on the panel. Peace and love to the kings and queens in the chat, man. I salute y'all. Yeah, man, this is heartbreaking. You know, as you know, cuzzo, today's my son's birthday as well. And
Happy birthday. Yeah, the 10th.
we went and we had breakfast, just me and him, right?
Mm.
And part of what we talked about was the Karmelo Anthony trial situation.
Mm.
Because my son, he just turned 17 today.
Ooh.
He's going into his senior year of high school. And unfortunately, he could be a person that's put in a similar situation as a Karmelo Anthony, right? That is the reality of all young black teens. So it's heartbreaking, man. I grieve for Karmelo Anthony, for his family, his mom, and for all those who out him. This is devastating for him. It's devastating for them, but also it's devastating for the Metcalf family as well, right? They lost the son in this whole ordeal as well. So all the way around, this is devastating. And the reality is, in my opinion, this could have been prevented. But when I hear shadow talk, right? This is a brother from Collin County. And when I hear him say, even after the Karmelo Anthony situation, he's coming on your platform, live and direct, in front of 100 viewers, and saying, well, hey, you know what? I would train my son or train the guys in my tribe to do the exact same thing again. And when I hear brothers say stuff like that, it makes me sick to my stomach. Because if you would ask Karmelo Anthony today, could he or would he have made a better decision? I'm willing to guarantee you 100% he would have said yes. He would have made a different decision. If you would ask Karmelo Anthony's mother right now today, if you can go back and counsel your son on a better decision in that moment, she would say yes. But this brother from Collin County is saying no. And the problem is, we got one person who lost their life. You can say he provoked it. You can say he made a bad decision himself, but he was a young man himself, right? Young kids, unfortunately, a lot of them make bad choices. But looking back on the situation, no parent wants to bury a child, and no parent wants to lose a child in the injustice system, because Karmelo Anthony has essentially become a slave. And you said, hey, he's going to at least do 22 years because it's the great state of Texas. Well, that means that he's going to be a slave for that long. As far as the appellate process, Cuzzo, it's going to be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to prove that there was an error in law, because, you know, I believe this whole thing was fixed from the beginning. And what happens is these people insulate themselves from successful appellate arguments, right? They're very crafty, very conniving. They manipulate the jury selection process before it even begins. And the reason why they're able to continue to do that is because brothers like Shadow, who's right there located in the area, he won't even go.
Stop mentioning my name, bro. Just talk about
He
everybody
won't
else.
even
You don't know
go.
the fucking case. Stop.
All right.
I'm cool with you, Brownsville.
Cuzzo, I need you to mute this brother. He's going to get his opportunity to respond. Brothers like Shadow, who live in Collin County, won't even take the time out to go to the Collin County clerk's office to review the records when it comes to selecting a jury. He won't go to the Collin County courthouse to sit in on trials to see how the system is being manipulated from top to bottom. And that's the problem, Cuzzo. We don't have enough black men willing to get their hands dirty and put the time necessary in place in order to audit the system and make sure we get a system as fair in our favor as possible. And also, our black men are failing in the regards of teaching our children de-escalation techniques, right? You see, I hear a lot of black men, such as Shadow, they want to promote this weird gratification of always having to win. Listen, sometimes it's good to take an L. Sometimes it's good to submit to a situation so that you can live to fight another day, right? Because in life, we're going to take wins and we're also going to take losses. And if you have a mindset that I'm never going to take a loss, then you'll find yourself doing more harm than good. Sometimes you got to be more logical and less emotional. Think yourself out of a brown paper bag. It's hard, it's difficult. But if you put the work and effort in, you'll be able to overcome the adversity that you're facing. You ain't gotta win every situation. Don't worry about what everybody think. If you're a kid out there and you are being bullied, go seek help. Go seek counsel. Don't go pick up a gun. Don't go pick up a knife. Try to find another way to reach a good solution that's going to not bring death, destruction, or incarceration. This is what black men need to be telling our black youth. We got to step up. We got to make sure we're doing our jobs as parents. And also, whenever we get the opportunity to speak, cuzzo, we got to keep it real. Yes, sometimes you're going to take a loss. Sometimes your ego is going to be broken. Sometimes things ain't going to go the way you want it to go. But that's not the end of your journey. You can overcome whatever brokenness that this world has put on your plate. We need to get more spiritually inclined. We need to get more mentally inclined. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And with God, all things are possible. We can't overcome all of this adversity on our own. None of us are smarter than what we think we are. So listen, man, let's stop all this foolishness. And let's have a real honest conversation. Yes, the system is not fair. There's been racial injustice taking place in this country for well over 200 years. We understand that. And it's not going to change tomorrow. But we can get off of our behinds and actually go and try to figure out how we can make this system more fair. But we got to get out of our comfort zone in order to do it. Get off of the panel, go to the county courthouse. Man, peace and love, man. Y'all got it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Disregard everything Brownsville just said. And the fact that it's got to be a woman up here who been telling y'all from the beginning, from the first time you heard me open my fucking mouth, I was telling you. Who was it that said a slave cannot be a man? I think y'all better listen to that and think about what that means. Do not sit here and tell us all the shit that we need to do when the ultimate problem is that they have the power to do whatever they want to us with impunity. With impunity means that we have no recourse. Now, of course, you ain't gonna have no recourse when you dealing with his system. And so to sit here and say, oh, but we could work to make it more fair. You've been doing that for hundreds of years, and you ain't got there yet. Not even to more fair. I ain't even talking about the fair. You ain't even got the more fair yet. Don't tell us we need to be more spiritually inclined. God ain't seeing what the fuck been going on down here for the last 400 years. Where you at? What are you gonna do about it? Don't tell me nothing about his ass when he watching them do it and don't do shit about it. What good is he? I only deal in results and outcomes. I don't care about none of the process, none of that other stuff. And so if he can't make them act right, because he's supposed to be over them too, well then he's useless to us. If that book ain't telling you how to solve this problem, then it's useless to you. If your education ain't telling you how to solve this problem, then it's useless to you. Dr. Amos Wilson said the purpose of education is to help you solve your own problems. The fact that I have to educate men, or slaves, excuse me, because remember, slaves can't be men. And y'all ain't. Y'all ain't. You just ain't.
See, peace and love to you, Queen. I hope you woke up in good spirits. Sounds like you're grieving this whole
Oh, no, no, no,
situation as
no,
well.
no. It ain't no grieving. This is always my talking point. This is always the standpoint I'm coming from. Always. So it ain't got nothing to do with grief. This is what I know and what y'all too cowardly to do.
Right. And I understand you feel that way. You have a right to feel that way.
It ain't about feel.
But
It's no.
the problem is, right? You mentioned a slave, right?
Mm.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because that's what Carmelo Anthony is right now. He's a slave.
All of you all are. All of
But
you all are.
but I'm about
All
to
of
be
you
on.
all are.
Hold
No,
on,
no,
Queen.
no. All of you all are. And you're not going to run from that. You will not run from that because you always try to run from it and think that somehow because you work in there with them white folks, even though you can't do nothing, you can see them snatch somebody, kick them in the head, snatch them in there, doing all sorts of wrong. And you with your black self can't do nothing about it. So miss me, miss me. It just is what it is. And I'm not going to let you run from it. We got to accept it before we can change it.
I understand you feel that way, and we're just gonna have to disagree about that, right?
Okay, but the outcomes are showing
Because here's the
everything,
thing.
right? Because we've been trying it your way for hundreds of years and it ain't worked yet. So the proof is in the pudding, as they say.
Right. And here's the thing. Um, if you say I'm a slave, right? But I'm gonna be on a beach. Me and my family gonna be on a
Hmm.
beach
Hmm.
in a really, really nice place,
Right. And if they decided to snatch your
relaxing
son and do what they did to Cyrus,
and
it wouldn't
and
be nothing
and
you could
and
do about
and
it. You
and
would be
doing
in that
everything that we
courtroom
want to do,
crying at the end, just
right?
like Cyrus' daddy was. So I don't give a fuck about no damn island, because I done been to more of them than you have. And so what does that mean? I'm still powerless in this system of white supremacy. Tell me about no fucking island. So what?
Yeah, but you keep coming back, Queen. That's the thing. Why didn't you stay in Africa?
I don't have to stay over. What I'm gonna stay over there for when they over there too, doing the same thing? Because y'all weak everywhere you are.
Right. And that's you have a
So
right
I'm
to,
gonna
to
leave and go
feel that
over
way.
there when my people built here, and I'm doing pretty nicely here. Even though I still recognize that
No,
I'm
but
in a
you say
system
you
of
a
white
slave. You
supremacy,
say you a
again,
slave,
I
right?
just said if you'll let me speak, I didn't cut you off. Nobody cut you off. You were able to
Oh,
talk for
really?
20 minutes. Nobody,
Okay, you right.
right? It's right. And I get that y'all don't like it, but I'm gonna keep pounding y'all over the head with it until it sink in, and then maybe you'll be inclined to try to change it.
Can I speak now, Queen?
Go ahead.
So if in your mind you're a slave, you have a right to feel that way. You have a right to believe that. But I believe
Okay,
That
I
that's
don't
a
give a damn about your belief. I'm sorry. In Brownsville, I love you. But please, let's not play this game because, again, I'm talking about the system that we live in. So it does not matter what you think, it's what you can do. And you can't do nothing none of the rest of us can't do. And so you in the same slave boat with us. Again, y'all keep trying to fight that. And that is why we stay stuck because you think a little job that he had to give you a little house in a neighborhood that he had to give you the loan to get into, right? And all these you and caught up in this system every which way, being turned every which way but loose, but to still sit here and say, "Oh no, that's not me," because I'm going to an island. So what? I'm
um
talking about power dynamics. And
right,
again,
and
in this
you believe
society, you don't have any, baby. I'm sorry.
right, and the difference is you choose to walk by sight, right? But I walk by faith. So
Child, okay.
power
Well,
to
black
me,
people been doing that for a
and
long time
my
and it ain't
and
worked out
power
yet.
to
It ain't
me
changed shit yet.
is different, and it looks different than power for you. And you may believe
Right.
that
That's why that
one
white boy
day
walked into a
there's
church
gonna
full of
be
black
one
people and
action.
smoked all of them.
Maybe
Smoked
at
9 of
some
them.
point you're
But
gonna
God, yeah, power.
acquire this level of power that
Okay.
you visualize, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm here to tell you, even if you acquire that power, it's going to be short-lived because that's not the power that you really should be striving for.
Okay, well, why y'all ain't got
So
it? Why
so
God ain't
so if
gave y'all the
anybody
power that
has
you
a
all supposed to
slave
have yet?
mentality,
Why is he
queen,
holding on
it's
to
not
it?
me,
Because
it's
y'all the
you.
most religious, black people, the most Christian people around. And so why is he holding on to that power that he supposed to be giving y'all? Damn me. He ain't got to give me none, but why he ain't giving it to y'all?
He does.
He doesn't because
I'm
y'all in the same
empowered
boat as
right
we. Okay,
now.
so where
What
was the
what I'm
power
saying is,
when Dylan Roof walked into Saint Emmanuel and smoked 9 black people, men, women, and children? Where was the power? It will never lose its power. I grew up in church too, so where was it?
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody, listen,
Oh, the
we
blood,
live in a
what?
world
The blood of
where you gotta take your wins with your losses.
Jesus. Sing it again.
There's always gonna be
Oh,
losses, there's always gonna be wins.
the
And
blood of
sometimes you're gonna go through
Jesus.
trials and tribulations.
Hey,
And you're
All
gonna
right,
go
y'all got.
through
All right,
heartache and
oh,
hold
pain.
on.
the
All right,
blood.
It is
The
what it
hold on.
blood
We
of
is.
got. Hold on.
Jesus, it
All right.
will never lose its power. Only they seem to have it and they know how to use it. And he ain't stepping in to do nothing. So,
All right, but
okay.
let him get a full thought out, please, PH Steven. Go ahead, cuz.
Well, I was actually appreciating her song. I want to hear more of her song. That was pretty. That was beautiful. I like it. Can
And
we
all
hear
it
it again,
is
Queen?
words. All it is words,
Can we
right?
hear it
Because it
again
ain't
though?
never gave none of y'all nothing.
Can we hear it again?
Nope.
Cause I liked it. It
Yeah,
sounded good.
I'm sure. I liked it too. Unfortunately, again, it's just words,
Right.
right? It's just
But
words
words
on
words
paper.
have power.
Words on paper. Nope.
Words
Only
have
in
power
let.
too.
No, it's
In the
not.
beginning was the word. So
Okay,
words
and it
have
ain't done
power,
nothing for
right?
y'all, right?
And
Words
you
are just
speak, you can speak life and death. And
no.
what I'm
Okay, well,
choosing to
y'all been
do is speak
speaking.
life. And
And it
if
ain't
you
helped
want
y'all none.
your people to speak death, then that's a choice as well. But
We speaking truth.
what I'm saying is this, right? And I'm speaking as a parent, as a father. And what I'm appealing to the other parents, the other fathers, is we have to start with education. We
Not
have
when
to
you letting
start
them
with
educate your kids.
political
No, no,
activation.
no. Not when you're letting them
And at
educate
the
your children.
forefront of
Because it's
both
not
of those
education, it's
has to be
indoctrination.
a spiritual awakening. We have to walk by faith and not by sight.
Child,
We have
please.
to look to the hills for
From
which
which
cometh
cometh
our
all of
help.
your help, said he would.
And
God said he
all of
would
our
heal the
help comes from him.
land. I'll turn from your wicked ways. Seek my face, said he would. God said, and he ain't done it yet. Again, I grew up there. I know all of the little platitudes. I know the songs that go with them. And again, they're just useless words because they
And we
ain't done
came a
nothing
long
yet.
way. And see, I don't dishonor. My forefathers, the people who came before us,
I don't
the
either. I know what they
MLKs, the
did, and I
Malcolm
know what they
X's,
said,
all of
right?
them
Probably better
who
than you do.
actually activated their faith and actually sacrificed their time and efforts in order to make this world more fair for us. And
And it
all I'm
didn't
saying
work.
is,
It did
we,
not work.
our generation and the
No,
generation
hell no.
before
No,
us,
we ain't finna
we
keep running
dropped the
on no hamster
ball
wheel. No,
in
no,
those
no,
efforts. We
no,
dropped the ball. It
no,
is
ain't
what
no,
it
no.
is. Fathers
No, it's
aren't
not.
fathering
No.
anymore.
It is what it
That's
is
the
that the
problem.
men are too cowardly to be men.
That's the problem. And
No, the
you get
problem
right.
is
And
that
that's
another
cowardice.
group of men has
I agree.
power over
Queen,
us. That's the
Queen,
problem.
I
It's
agree with
not nothing we doing.
I
Cut it
agree with you.
out.
Dropping the ball as a father is a coward. I agree with
I
you.
don't care about none of that because even when y'all was in the homes, they were still able to come and snatch your right. Let's think about Emmett Till. They came there. His uncles was there. Now he was visiting family members. His uncles was there, and they gave him right on up. So I don't care how spiritual you've been. I don't care how intact you've been. I don't care. None of that stuff matters. How educated you've been. None of it matters, right? Because they've always been able to do the same stuff to you, and you ain't never had no recourse.
There's
So none of
always
that
a
stuff matter.
recourse.
None of that stuff, other stuff matter.
And
Okay, so
that's why
what's the
we've come
recourse?
so far.
What's the
That's why we've
recourse?
come so
No, you just
far
don't know
in
where
such a
you've
short
been.
amount of
You
time.
don't know. No, it's not a short
Right?
amount of time, and you
We're
really
not too
haven't
far
come
removed from
anywhere.
Jim
No, you
Crow.
haven't. You have not.
We're not
That's
too
the
far
thing.
removed from
If you
segregation.
read the
We're not
documents, you
too
haven't
far
gone far at
removed
all.
from them sickened
When you
dogs
came
and
out of
spraying our
during
people with water
Reconstruction, by
hoses,
the end of
right? And for
Reconstruction,
them not letting us
you
have a
were
fair,
responsible for one
equal
percent of the
opportunity
wealth
to
of this
education,
country.
right?
Fast forward to
Maybe
2026,
you want
you
us to go back to
responsible
that
for
time,
one
Queen. Just
percent
say
of
that.
the wealth in this country. And so, how have you done better when you still in the same position? This is the thing.
Queen. So you're saying you want us to go back to a time where we was more oppressed. If that's how you feel, just say that.
When did I say anything like that? So
But
don't start twisting my words.
that's what your
No,
words are translating into.
no, only to an idiot. Only to a fucking idiot would it translate as that. I didn't say that. I said we're still in the same place. That's
But
not
you
saying anything about going
but
back.
we're in the same place as
You
what?
are. You
We're
are.
not.
As you were.
We're not.
We are.
We're not. We're
We are.
improving in
We are
every.
not.
So
We
what
are
area?
not. We
What
are not.
area is black people not
Are we
improving
not?
from the 1960s?
Ain't nobody talking about no 1960s. You talking about a short period of time. I told you when you came out of
You talked about
Reconstruction,
Emmett Till, Queen. You brought him up, not me.
right? I'm snatching them out, and you said, "Oh well,
You
we
brought
just
up
got
the
out of
civil rights
slavery, and
era,
in
not
that
me.
short okay." Now you're getting emotional because you keep. I'm gonna let you go ahead, and then I'll talk.
I'm getting emotional, Queen. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I
No, no, no.
apologize.
Go ahead. Go ahead and say what you was about to say.
What I said was, you brought up the civil rights era. You brought up Emmett Till.
Mm-hmm. I
You
did bring
brought
up
up
Mattel.
the fact that, oh, well, everything that they did in the past is not working. And we're still in the same messed
Mm-hmm.
up position that we
Mm-hmm.
was then. And what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying is that's illogical.
It's
That
not.
is only emotional what you're
No,
saying
it's
because it's
not.
not true.
Okay. All right. So again, what I said was after Reconstruction, when you came out of Reconstruction, you accounted for 1% of the wealth in this country. Fast forward to today, Black people account for 1% of the wealth in this country. Is that the same or is it the same?
That's the same. Go ahead. Now
Thank you.
go somewhere else.
All right. So we got one. Okay. So during Reconstruction, with shit from slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow in the 60s, if they wanted to snatch your kid up and do whatever to him, did you have any recourse?
No.
All right. When the man snatched up or tried to snatch up Cyrus and shot him in the back, did his black daddy have any recourse?
Yes.
No, he didn't. I saw him humped over in a heap, bawling next to his mama, the boy's mama. That
We
ain't no
have
recourse.
recourses now. They
Oh,
can't
okay.
just
What is
come in.
which is what?
Can't
Which is what?
nobody just come in my house
No,
and
no, no.
snatch my
What is his
son up and I
recourse
don't have a
now?
recourse.
Okay, that's
That is
fine.
not true.
What's Cyrus' daddy recourse?
That is, he had recourses. We all have
What is
recourses.
it? Give us some examples. What could he do?
Depending on the situation. What was
Well,
his
we know the
situation?
situation. The man shot his child in the back and got off. So now the man home with his wife and child. And so what can Cyrus daddy do? Because like I said, I saw him at the end when it was all said and done, the trial, bent over in a heap, bawling just like the mama. So what can he do now?
How did his son get shot in the back?
No, 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 no. The son's dead now, so it don't even
No, no,
matter.
no. Let's
What can
start.
he
No, no,
do?
no.
No, but we're
No,
talking
let's
about
start
recourse.
there.
No, no, no. But do you
I
know what
start in the
recourse means?
beginning,
No,
not
do
in the
you know
middle.
what recourse means?
I start in the beginning,
No,
Queen,
no,
not in the
no.
middle.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm telling you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know
Recourse.
you
If
don't
my
care
issue, okay. So
because you're
my issue,
emotional, and that's fine.
I'm not emotional. I'm just trying to speak without you fucking speaking over me. How about
I'm
that?
sorry, Queen. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Okay. And so if I'm talking about recourse,
Hmm.
somebody please, Shadow, please pull up the definition of recourse and read it to us. Somebody please read the definition of recourse.
First, give us the definition of course, and then we can
No,
go to
no, no, because
recourse.
I didn't
Because
say
I'm
anything
talking about
about
the
course.
course,
I
and
said
she talking
recourse.
about the
No, we
recourse.
no, no, absolutely not. I said recourse. So somebody please give the, or do I need to look it up, gentlemen?
Go ahead, Cuzzo.
Somebody got it?
But read both. Read course,
No,
and
don't
then
read
read
both. We're
recourse.
talking about recourse. I didn't say
Okay.
course, and you didn't say course. I said
The
recourse. So
act,
let's stick
the
to what I
act of
said. Go ahead.
turning towards a possession, person, or organization for help. Exact definition of recourse.
All right.
Yeah,
So what recourse
recourse
does he
refers
have?
to the act of turning to a person, organization, or system for help, protection, or justice when facing a difficult situation. In functions as a source of aid or the official legal and financial options available to resolve a problem.
All right. So what legal, financial, whatever can he avail himself of to solve the problem? And then okay, we'll go there. Go ahead. What do you got? Oh, and what person can he go to or what system can he go to?
Well, he had a recourse to go through the justice system, right? Hire an attorney, advocate for his son's behalf in terms of fundraising, in terms of educating the world on the plight of the situation, right? We have the ability to speak freely on these platforms, right? Our voices are not being silenced the way it was being silenced previously, right? In the Reconstruction era, we didn't have the ability to communicate in the way we have the ability to communicate now, right?
What? All these words y'all
Furthermore,
can't say on YouTube. All these words y'all
furthermore,
can't say on YouTube and social media that y'all, oh, don't say that. Oh, you got to say grape. Oh, you got to say delete. Right? Cut it out. You got whatever they give you, right? They said you could use the platform, but don't say this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, everybody else could say whatever they want about us. Please, Groundsville, you're not doing a good job at this, baby.
well, here's the thing, cause see, um, when I'm speaking to is the greater issue. See, you're speaking to the recourse, and I'm speaking towards the course, right? I like to start in the beginning, not in the middle, and not in the end,
Yeah,
right?
because you trying to start, you trying to say, let us prevent everything, because you know you don't have the power to have any recourse if you don't, right? You got to stay out the way. And I actually had heard a man, I think it was Jason Black this morning, talking about, oh, well, we do, if you in a environment with all of them, you do have some control. You can control whether you breathe, whether you make a sound. Like he was just saying, like sit there, be quiet, and try to have nobody notice you. Black, y'all
So
gotta
you
understand the
believe.
way y'all think is dysfunctional. The
So can
way
I
that
ask
you
you a
all think
question,
is
Queen? Can I ask
dysfunctional.
you a real question?
What?
Can I ask you a real question, right?
Go ahead.
Because prior to you coming up here, I know you heard Shadow say this multiple times, and you never gave him pushback. So I
I
want
didn't
to
hear
know
what
if you
Shadow said.
agree
I didn't hear what Shadow said.
with his position,
I
right?
didn't hear what Shadow said.
Okay, so let me remind you what he said, right? So if you got a son, if you got a nephew, right, who's in Karmelo Anthony's situation, are you going to counsel that young man to do the exact thing Karmelo Anthony did? Or do you think it's wise to teach him de-escalation techniques in order to get out of a situation like that? See, silence, right? And this is why I'm talking about the course, right? Because the course is important. We have to start with education.
Hey, Sharon, can I let him roll on me the first time, and I let that bullshit fly. I'm down now. Can I? Because he's gonna go on another 15-minute tirade talking about bullshit he doesn't actually believe. Mister, I'm willing to jump in for my family on any bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Nah, bro, he just smoking a pack. Get that shit out of here.
Let them finish their conversation.
No,
Be
see,
okay.
I was quiet because I want to give Shadow the opportunity to interject because he was correct. He was quiet. He didn't say much. So go ahead, my brother. Speak your mind.
Go ahead, Shadow.
So let's talk real shit now, because all this pack smoking Brownsville's going through. Yeah, we can skip all that dumb shit. Because not 3 weeks ago, bro popped up here saying, "Yeah, if somebody's going after my cousin, it's up." So miss me with all that. No, we need to be more diplomatic. 4 white boys pulled up on him. He did what the fuck he was supposed to do. He should have took all 4 of them out because they pulled up on him. Guess what they also had the opportunity to do? Look at the coach that was 100 feet away and say, hey, there's somebody who's out of bounds. And guess what should have happened? Hey, the coach, being the adult in the room, should have walked over and told that man, hey, you're not allowed to be here. But do you know why that wouldn't have happened? Because in Texas sports, even when you're under another school's tent, because it's a social event, he was actually allowed to be there when he was invited. So miss me with that dumbass shit. Number 2, I'm not going to tell my black kids or any black kids, anybody who I trained, I will tell them these exact words. If you feel threatened, if your life is in danger, make sure you go home. That should be the first rule about being it. Period. You don't know that. Again, 4 white boys who were bigger than him pressed in on him. He warned it. No. Hey, bro. Shit. Hey, hold up. Sharon, I'm finna shoot his ass. I ain't got time for this dumb ass shit today. We're finna do this the right way. Money's gonna talk today. So go ahead, shoot him. I'll send it to you once I'm done.
Yo, y'all. Yeah. A lot of people just been making up shit. It wasn't.
Shoot him,
it was
please.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'm not playing that dumb ass shit today. So
Shadow, you made 2 points, right?
Hold up. I'm not done yet. Hold up. I am not done. I am not done. So number 1, in the Texas school, these are 3A schools, 3, 4, 5A schools, all have the same fucking rule book. Yes, he was actually still supposed to be there. The white boys pressed in on him. You can't twist that any other way. Yes, so he was on our metal bleachers. I will take a picture of the fucking bleachers later today and post it up for you so you can see what they look like. So again, we can have this conversation. Here's what actually went down. He got threatened. He said, and I quote, "You will leave or I will beat your bitch ass." That wasn't a half-ass sentence. That wasn't a maybe sentence. It was, hey, if you don't leave, we will beat your ass. You know what he said? Touch me again and see what happens. You know what that is in Texas? That's a fair warning. Hey, I'm warning you. Fuck around and find out. You know what the white boy did instead? Instead of taking that warning and going to the coach, he said, nah, nigga, what's up? So he pulls up and does it again. So when he got stabbed, guess what the fuck happened? He fucked around and found out. Yes, he should have been protected by self-defense laws. Equal force is not necessary in Texas. Again, there were 4 people. 4, not 2, not 3, 4. I don't care if it was one other person. If he felt threatened, he had the right to give him the warning. If the warning was not heeded, guess what he should have done? Smoked his fucking booze. Yes, it's unfortunate that that child had to die. But guess what? His parents were out of pocket. His parents should have raised him better and taught him not to bully people. He wasn't just sitting there being the leader of the tent because yes, he was actually supposed to be in charge of the tent. But if there was a conflict situation, you know what should have actually happened? He should have went and talked to the fucking coach. But we don't talk about that because you want to find a way to blame black men. Miss me with that, Brownsville. This isn't about parenting. This is, hey, little black boys, little black girls, stand on your square. If you believe you are in the right, don't be afraid to say, hey, I am allowed to be here. And that's exactly what he did. And he's serving 35 fucking years. You're trying to
651 is
take a
20.
tragedy. No, he has to do 17 and a half to come up for parole the first time. You said what?
So let me respond to that, Shadow. Right.
Okay.
So first and foremost, I see why Karmelo Anthony made that decision, right? Because you're a representation of Collin County and the way how lacking of self-control you have, how lacking of emotional regulation you have, how you are so overly emotional and you don't have the ability to critically think. That's the reason why those brothers in Collin County don't understand how to make rational decisions because they're listening to brothers like you. Now you brought up
Brownsville,
Texas
what
law.
would you have done? I
Hold
asked you
on,
this
my brother.
yesterday.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. Right? You said you wasn't done. I allowed you to finish. Now allow me to respond to what you said, right? You brought up Texas law, right? And you said, hey, it's stand your ground. But we just found out it's not. We just found out when you're a young black man in Texas, right? Stand your ground don't pertain to you. So you got to learn how to think and de-escalate situations that you're in.
Wow.
And he had the ability to escape that situation from becoming a deadly force, violent situation. He had that ability, but he chose not to because people like Shadow would say, hey, why are you going to take an L? All those guys are coming against you. Go and take out all four of them, just like you just said, right?
No.
And if he
The
would have
thing
did
is,
that, he wouldn't have got 35 years. He would have got like over 200 years, right? He would have never seen the light of day again. And what I'm saying is, to land it, because I know the queen is back, so she wants to speak as well. And then I know Truth is down there as well, and he got something to say on this topic. I understand black people are, for some reason, mentally defeated to the point to where you feel like you shouldn't have to take any losses. You should always win in every situation. But
Stop putting words in my mouth, bro.
in reality, right? Sometimes a loss is an actual win when we go down further down the line, right? Taking a loss can lead to taking a win. And we got to teach our kids how to navigate through tough situations so that they can find out better solutions and outcomes to critical problems. If you got an opportunity to walk away from that situation before it turns violent, to the point to where somebody has to die, you do that.
right. And we saw Cyrus try to do that, right?
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
All right. 651 Mitt with the 100 ball. Bring me back. Okay, can we get the song? Rolling Anger
No,
6728, $5. Brownsville, I thought men shouldn't be arguing with women.
Me and the queen wasn't arguing. Queen,
Absolutely
you
not.
thought we was arguing?
No, we weren't arguing. Rolling Anger 6728, $5. For first time in a long time, Brownsville made more sense. Shadow the Titan Wasp, $20. Crash out fee. Peasy. Peasy ain't going. $10. What's up, Peasy? Imperious aspect of valor, $2. Ha 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 ha. Tears of unfathomable sadness. You know, it's funny because research has shown that the brains of white supremacists are like addicts, right? So you know how drug addicts, if you like a crack addict, you think about crack all day long. White supremacists, racist white people, they think about black people all day long. That's why they are willing to come over here and hang out in the back chat just to be near us. But they white supremacists. But nevertheless, um, the thing is, under the system of white supremacy, all white people are deputized, right? Which is why they always coming up to you saying, "Hey, what you doing here? Are you supposed to be out here? Well, let me see, yo." And so that's exactly what Austin did. He deputized himself to come up. Hey, you ain't supposed to be under here. Now we see that these people are getting more and more aggressive and more violent. And so the idea that we would tell black people would just de-escalate, right? That's not gonna work because again, Cyrus tried to remove himself from the situation. They chased him down and shot him in the back. You will not be able to deal with this problem or solve this issue by being a hoe. Black men, you won't be able to. You cannot be a hoe. You got to turn off your hoe instincts. I know it's hard, right? It's in you. It's ready to come out, but you got to fight it if you ever want to be able to solve any problem.
Let me welcome 651 Mint. You got $80 more. You could do whatever you want with that 651. You could leave it as protection, or you could drop some people if you like to. It's all up to you. What's your thoughts?
Nah, I'm not dropping nobody. It just it's I don't know. Like it seems like people, and it's just on my timeline everywhere. Like people just throwing out like different situations about the case that happened. Like one person said he fell on a knife. Like, was he threatened? I don't think he was threatened to the point where he feared for his life. I think he was just being bullied. And as far as when people say he couldn't be under the tent, I don't think that. I think it was like a school event. Kids can be anywhere and everywhere. I think the kid was a good kid. He had a higher GPA than me. He had a 3.7, came from a good home. He made a horrible mistake that cost him. He should have got 35 years? No. I think my personal opinion, he'll do 20 and get out. And it's a learning experience. And Brown put it right. A lot of parents on my timeline, they said this is a teachable moment for their kids. Not just dealing with a white kid, but dealing with a situation at their school that they go to, you know, not to overreact in the situation. So I think people looking in it too deep. When I was listening to the case, I was looking for two things. Was racial slurs being thrown out? And did he, because when I first heard it, they were saying he got jumped, like he got beat down. So I was assuming I would look at the situation a little different. Come to find out, nobody on either side testified that he was getting stumped. Nobody said it. None of the kids say nothing. If we want to say all the kids were lying, then I'm not going to argue with you. It is what it is. I only can go by
Nobody
what
said
was
that.
said.
Move on. Nobody said that. So go ahead.
Somebody
Don't
did say.
make an
People did
argument
say that.
that
But
everybody just lying. Go ahead.
anyway, I just think the kid made a honest mistake. I don't think he meant to kill the white boy. I think he was just embarrassed with social media. Everybody had their phones out, and
Apparently they didn't, because we ain't got no video of it.
they probably deleted it. No doubt. No, I'm open-minded.
You know what? The mental gymnastics that black men will go through. I'm sorry. I don't think nothing of y'all.
I'm
sorry.
saying
I do not think nothing of y'all. I'm gonna just tell you right now. I don't think nothing of you.
I just think he overreacted. Like he was embarrassed. They were bullying him. I'm pretty sure them kids were bullying him. And then the other kids jumped in, and his punk ass friend Eddie instead of Eddie saying, "Hey, this is my homeboy Carmelo. Can he come over here and chill with y'all?" Eddie probably was joining in with him, bullying him. And I think the kid just overreact. He's not a thug. He's not a bad guy. I think the white boys are thugs. And I also think they come from a dysfunctional household. And I think they was bullied. They was the alpha males at the time. And they just bullied Carmelo. He just made a dramatic mistake, a horrible mistake.
Well, ain't that the result of bullying?
Yes, I agree. That's why bullying, Miss PhD, that's why bullying in Florida, they take bullying very serious. In Florida, kids get arrested for bullying. They don't play about bullying in Florida. I don't know about Texas. They take bullying very serious in Florida. Very serious. So I thought minimum, he manslaughter, second degree, because I don't think he premeditated. I wouldn't say he premeditated. I just think it was he just overreacted. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
I think also, listen, man, we gotta be responsible here. And I get the queen verbal assassin. I get what she's saying, right? But what happened wasn't an eye for an eye, right? Like, he got pushed, he got shoved, he was in a situation where they was trying to bully him out of the tent, and then he responded by using deadly force.
Okay,
right?
can I give you another example?
Eye for an eye,
Okay,
right? That's
Penny, Darryl Penny just got
if you
off.
come and you know, trespass against me in any way, I'm taking you out of here, right?
Wait.
And what I'm saying is, we have that culture.
Absolutely not.
In our
When
young
Darryl Penny was
brains
just able
too
to
much.
murder somebody because they was crazy
why
and talking out
they
on the
were
bus.
doing those
Absolutely
things
not. Absolutely
in
not.
O-Block, right?
Hell
in
no.
Chicago, right?
Sharon,
They
drop
would take
him.
an
I'm finna send you
argument
some money.
and they
Drop
would turn it into deadly force.
Absolutely.
They would use a gun, right? We gotta de-escalate.
Oh, okay. Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Because absolutely not. When Darryl Penny just got off, they said it was self-defense. That man didn't touch nobody. He was yelling on a bus or a subway. It was a subway. It was in New York, right? The white man, because he was yelling, came up, put him in the headlock, had him on the ground, and ended up, the man lost his life. And they took him to court for M1, and he got off. It was self-defense. So if someone cannot touch you, and if you are justified or are defending yourself by deleting that person, then certainly if somebody touch you, you justify in deleting that person, because that is definitely self-defense.
Did we read the verbals
No, we
super
didn't.
chat, Diva?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Not if you're a young black youth.
No, right. And so we're
Not
talking about the
self-defense.
different system that we're living under. And you sit up
Right.
here talking about live under, but just adjust make yourself smaller so you can live on. No, we're not doing that.
No.
Verbal
What I'm
assassin,
saying is live to
FAFO,
fight another day.
$20. There are black Christians and white Christians, and both love the Bible. The difference is that y'all focus on turning the other cheek while they focus on an eye for an eye, and that's why black men are losing.
Oh.
Sure. So I'm calm right now. So here's my issue with what Brownsville is saying specifically. He's saying that we need to figure out we should have de-escalated. He's ignoring all the other factors in the matter. And because I'm not going to make it personal now, I just want Brownsville to think about this, because he's somebody who's in the system, who's telling us to act in the system because you're already disadvantaged. I can't think of anybody who would say, hey, if you are being pressed by 4 people, to let that happen. Yes, my method might have been a bit more extreme, but I would not have told that man to tuck his tail and run. I would not have told that little boy that when that white boy pushed you, to let it happen. I would have told him, give him the warning. I'm in Texas. Fuck what you're talking about in New York. I'm not And again, in New York, they should have hung him even worse. In Texas, we can actually defend ourselves. He didn't push him once, he pushed him twice. At that point, hey, when I warned you, hey, if you touch me again, I have something for you. You know what he should have done? Instead of saying, "Oh, you ain't got nothing in your backpack," he should have turned around and talked to the fucking coach. He should have practiced de-escalation because he was the aggressor. But guess what? You don't care about that. You care about that little black boy could have went home. Yeah, he could have went home and he could have been stomped out. And he could have, you're saying we should have waited retroactively to see what they did to him. No, I'm saying, hey, you gave him his warning. He ignored your warning. When he put his hands on you again, that's one less bully you have to deal with. Yeah,
And
you
then
don't
what
like
I'm
it.
saying is
You
this,
don't like
Shadow.
it, but guess what? You don't like it, but guess what? I would have made sure my son came home that night.
And
Shadow,
you know
I
what
got a
taught
question.
my son? You know what I taught my son? Hold on 1 second, 651. What I taught my son is a good left hook, a good right hook, a good jab, a good cross, how to stick and move, right? I put him in a boxing gym early.
Great, but there were
So
four
that, hold
people who was
on.
pressing up on him. Okay, all right, I got you.
Let me finish, right? This is what y'all black men don't do as well. Y'all don't equip y'all children with the tools necessary to handle situations the way they need to be handled, right? So if you don't know how to handle a situation with the right amount of force, right? If somebody push you, okay. If you saying, "Oh, I gotta meet that person where they are," fine. Put something on them to where they gonna know, and everybody around them gonna know, hey, this is not the person to mess with. And if he would have did that, if he had a good left hook, right cross, 2-3 piece, I'm willing to guarantee you, we wouldn't even had a trial. We wouldn't even had an arrest.
So, Bonzo,
Right?
are you saying we should suggest our
The
kids do
Slap the
illegal?
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Shadow, I got a question. You familiar? Since it happened in Texas, do you think if this happened, y'all
Hold
hear
on.
me? Go ahead.
Hold on. It says, hold on. Somebody dropped cuz for $20. It says buy Brownsville. They on cuz neck today.
What's up, y'all?
Shadow, quick question.
It's wrong.
If this would have happened outside of a school function, do you think would have made a difference?
No, sir, because the same thing applies. My point is this: I don't care who it is, and I'm gonna say this wholeheartedly, and I hope every black child hears me. If you are ever pressed up by 4 Caucasians who are coming to threaten you, do make sure you make it home, whatever the cost is. You're more important to me than they are.
The reason why I asked that because he had a weapon on school
Hold on one
ground.
second, y'all. Hold on one
That's
second.
why I
I know
asked
y'all
that.
want to just hold on. We need more likes. We got over 200 people watching the show. We need to get to at least 150 likes. We're not even at 100 likes. That's insane. We need to get more shares. We need more likes. And we need one of y'all that is on Brownsville side to bring Brownsville back. Stop playing.
Sure, I disagree.
And also,
you can bring him back,
Sharon.
Sharon, you can bring him back. You can bring him back.
And also, I want to also let the chat know if you want to.
Yo, petty man. God. Y'all are petty. Like, I can't take y'all serious. I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and y'all just being petty. I'm like,
And look, if anybody in the chat, you want to talk to anybody on the panel, they cannot see the chat, so you're gonna have to do it through a super chat. That's how they can see it. So that's how that works. Hit the like and the share, please, and thank you. Go ahead, Brownsville, finish up.
Can you speak to how many times we got jumped? Did we ever have to go? Did we ever have to go to a knife or go to a gun? What do we use, cuz? That's what we not teaching our children anymore. That's why brothers like Shadow in Collin County is failing right now. because he's teaching them,
Nigga,
hey,
I
get
teach
a
people
knife,
how to fight.
get a
Fuck
gun,
what you're saying.
take them
You're
out.
not. What your statement is fake. I literally teach people how to fight every fucking weekend. Fuck what you're going through, Brownsville. I'm telling you, if it got to the fact where the nigga got jumped, I'm telling you, take those bitch ass niggas out. Fuck what you got going on. You want them to get beat down and then be like, I apologize. Nigga miss me.
You
It's
did, Brownsville, you did say you teaching your kids the boxing and then you're
Chris,
telling them
you
to
hear
do
me?
that in the street. That's
Yeah,
illegal
I
as
hear you.
fuck.
Yeah, because after 20 days, you can't
Chris,
legally fight somebody. If you're a trained
Gotcha.
fighter after 20 days of training, you can't legally strike another person in the street.
That's what I'm saying.
And
So
another
you
thing
telling your
is
kids
That is
to
not
do some
true.
Hold
illegal
on.
That's a
shit.
lie.
All right, hold on. We're not
that
gonna
is
just turn this
okay.
into just hold on, y'all. Hold on. We're not gonna just talk to be talking. Go ahead, Amago Day. He been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Amago Day. Oh wait, before you go, I got a super chat in. Go ahead, Diva, and then Amago Day. If you're there, Diva. If you're not, maybe Diva's not there right now. Scorched Earth 824 to $5. In the face of injustice, can't expect justice of a corrupt system. When they have no problem, it's not us, just us. To them, we still 3/5 of a man. Shit. Go ahead, Amago Day.
Hey, Sharon, did you see the jury paperwork?
Not yet.
You didn't see the paperwork that they gave the jury while they was doing deliberations?
I did not.
Okay. So the reason why I asked that is because the things that I'm hearing, you could not have seen the jury paperwork saying these things. Do y'all know they added a manslaughter charge onto the case while they was doing deliberation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they had all the penal codes on the jury paper. While it is legal to carry a blade in Texas, that does not trump the rules of the school system. Whether y'all
It does.
If you look at the jury paper, that's why I asked you. It doesn't. You can actually Google it. Pull it up. It wasn't a 3-inch blade. It was a 5-inch blade. Once again, pull up the
It was
jury.
3.5 inches. We got the documentation, bro.
Okay.
It was 3.5 inch blade, a 3.5 inch folding blade, bro. Come on.
Quick question: are they counting the whole blade, or they just counting the?
No, it's blade tip.
Like,
It's blade end to blade tip.
Hold on for a minute. So
okay, because I've been hearing two different blades. I'm trying to figure out which one was it. Is it the 3-inch or 5-inch?
The tang is not included.
This grounds for self-defense. It is required for you to try to remove yourself from the environment. You do know that, right?
What state are you
Where?
talking about?
No,
You are a lie,
wait.
bro.
Where'd you get that from?
I literally.
Where'd you get that from?
Y'all see the jury papers while they were doing their deliberations.
So you know Texas has a no obligation to flee, right?
Too many people talking one at a time.
Hold up, hey bro, I'm telling you from Texas. Texas has a no obligation to free policy. You do not have to try to flee in Texas. That's what I'm trying to understand where you got that from.
Am I going to? I was getting in that too, Brownsville. So am I going to go by what you're saying, or I'm going to go by what the actual jury had in their disposal to choose whether it's manslaughter or murder?
I gotta ask you though, is the jury the law, or are they trying to like determine what
they had the law in their hands?
No, they don't. They're not lawyers. You don't even like.
They
have information of the case. That's it. They don't give them no books about no law. But you're lying. They don't know legalese. You don't even know what legalese is, which is the language of law. They don't. You don't get that because you're a juror now. They present evidence, say this is what we're making the case on, and then they come to a determination from there.
Well, look, I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna say if that was in the jury instructions, that was an improper instruction. because in Texas, there's no obligation to flee or retreat when you are faced with a threat in the state of Texas. Texas has a strict stand your ground and castle doctrine state, meaning you have no legal duty to run away as long as you have a legal right to be in that location. So
And
I'm going
that's
to ask
correct.
you.
That's
All right.
correct.
So I'm going to
Shadow.
ask you,
Hold on,
did he have
hold
a
on.
verbal right to be on school
Answer
grounds?
my question.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Slow down.
One at a
We
time.
got to learn when we make a good point. When we make
Yeah.
a good point, land it right there. That was a very good point, Shadow.
This is the last thing I want to say, Shima, because I just wanted to finish this. This is the last question. Do y'all
So,
know
but hold on.
that?
Before you move on to your next point,
No,
do
this
you
is it's the
agree
same
that?
thing. I'm not moving
Hold
away
on.
from.
Hold on. Before you
Mhm.
go and finish up what you're saying, do you agree that in Texas, Shadow is correct about that law?
No, because the jury paper said otherwise. I'm only going to
So
go
No,
by.
he's
Shadow is
correct.
correct. Shadow is
Shadow is
correct.
correct.
hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. So, do you believe that the paper that they gave the jurors, was factual, or what the law actual says is factual? Because if they misled the jury, guess what? That's going to it's going to lead back to what I was saying earlier,
Appeal.
and that appeal is going to work. But
All right,
do you think they
great question.
misled Do you think they misled the jurors? Because we could pull up the no retreat law in Texas.
Right. Okay. So no, because they had it right there on the paper. They had the laws on the paperwork, and it's other statutes that you have to go down the list. That was under. It was under section 1931 and 1934.
Okay,
And
hold on.
they list the also thing which Brownsville brought up. This is the last thing I want to say. There also has to be equal proportionality.
That's not
It's
how stand your ground works. Listen, in court, right? We could both go for
That's
the
not
same
true.
angle of
That's not
law.
true. That's so not
You,
true what I was saying.
all right. Yeah,
no, I'm
I'm
just
about to
saying we
show.
can go for we can use the
Right,
same
so
law, and it's both. We
I'll go
make
for
a different
it.
interpretation. You seem to not understand legalese itself, because that's what
You
the
got evidence of
prosecution
that?
presents. Yeah. You don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
show
about.
it
You
to me.
sound
Show
really
it to me.
stupid.
Show it to me. Show it to me. Don't fucking talk, nigga.
Legalese. I'm
Show it
telling
to
you,
me.
like that's what you're
I don't
doing.
want you
We're
to
both
tell
just
me
talking.
anything.
We're just
I don't want you to tell me anything.
Brothers, hold on. No F bombs, no M bombs. It's $2 for each one. If you can't pay it, don't use it. KT, finish what you're saying, so Imago Day can rebuttal what you were saying. Go ahead,
So I'm
KT.
just
And then
I'm
I'm
just
about to
Imago
saying
say
Day.
that when we
Sean.
come to court,
I ain't gonna say
we can both have a law, right? We could say we're going to both stand on the ground of the searching the Jerry. I can't remember what it's called, where you don't have to identify a search, right? Well, the prosecution will present their side of the story and say, according to these laws, guidelines, whatever, this is where we're coming from this angle. You thinking that because that's their presentation, that means that that's factually what it is, and that's just not how it works in court. Period.
Okay, go ahead, Imago Day.
no. All I gotta say is okay. Here, I'm about to pull it up.
Now, so the law that you pulled up, section 19, Imago Day, section 19 and 31. What is it that I'm pulling up with that?
Read it. Do you have it pulled up? Just read it out loud.
But what article is it? Article? Do we know? Or you
Article?
guys
What do
the
you mean what
section?
statute? What
Yeah,
statute?
because you just given me the section 19 and section 31. But do you know what
Start.
article?
I'm saying section 31 start from the beginning. It's right there in the first part, and then go down to 1934.
Okay. Do anybody know what article I got to
Sharon.
read?
So
Yeah.
let's be a little more specific. If you go to Texas Penal Code subsection 931, it governs the use of regular. It's exactly what Brownsville and Imago are actually talking about. It's section 932. Yeah, 9.31.
Okay, hold on.
I mean,
9.31 and 9.32. Right.
Yes.
I got you, bro.
That's it.
Don't worry, Imago. I got you. It's 9.31 and it's 9.32. It's the governing the use of regular force versus governing the use of deadly force.
Okay. Texas Penal Code Section 9 through 1 allows a person to use force to protect themselves when they reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to stop another unlawful force. So, okay. That's what it says.
And deadly force goes to the next level, and that's under 932 or 9.32.
Yes.
But don't schools grounds trump that?
Okay. Also, core principles. Let me read. I can read the
No.
core principles. Core principles of Section 9.31. Reasonable belief. The actor must genuinely and reasonably believe that force is necessary. That means an ordinary person in the same situation would likely reach the same conclusion. This defense lawyer is trash. Oh my God. Immediately necessity. The threat must be happening at the moment. Force cannot be used for past threats or hypothetical future dangers. Oh my God, this defense lawyer was horrible.
And that's
So
why
Sharon, when he
the
said
prosecutor
if you don't
hold on one
leave,
second,
I will
Shadow,
beat your ass. Hold up, Brownsville, because we just had to stop
asked
it.
all the
One at a
witnesses.
time,
Hold on,
y'all.
real
One at a
quick.
time.
The
Hold on a
prosecutor
time,
asked all of the witnesses, right? All the kids who were there, right? If you was in that position, would you have responded that same way? And all of them said no. All of them said Karmelo Anthony escalated the
Was the
situation,
aggressor.
right?
Said he started.
No. Wait, hold up, Brownsville. You
Hold on,
misstated what they said.
Let them finish, y'all. We having a good show. Let them finish. Shadow, you get first. You get first dibs.
That's why that statute is very important, because another reasonable person has to logically determine that they would make the same decision that you made, right? Which is what truth is talking about. So the jury has to decide, if you are in Karmelo Anthony's position and they are shoving you, would you pull a knife out and stab them in the chest? And all of them said no.
Damn.
They lying like hell. They didn't have a knife to do it.
Me, please.
They lying like hell. They didn't have a knife to do it, Brownsville. I disagree with that.
Okay, Pastor, you get a chance to approach the conversation as well.
Pastor, I got you.
Shadow.
All right, so
get
this.
Only need to speak for me, brother. I got it. Because a lot of y'all Collin County cats. The reason why this happened in Collin County, because those brothers are not like the brothers in South Dallas. I live in South Dallas. There ain't no white boys. There ain't no black boys getting ran up on by no white boys and they having to stab them. Y'all put yourselves in that position in Collin County. Y'all got a little bit of money in y'all pockets. Y'all went and lived in North Dallas. Y'all went and said, I'd rather live around them than live around my own. And y'all are outnumbered. And y'all put yourself in that awkward position where you can't really protect yourself. That's what really happened.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Shadow.
Better. So I mean, I agree with Pastor to an extent anyway. So either way, but here's the issue with what Brownsville just said, and I like how he did it because it actually made sense. Flaws. Number one, it's the perceived force. The question that they asked all those people wasn't, if you felt threatened, would you have responded? That's what 931 is actually about. Instead, you said, would you have stabbed them in that same positioning? And all those people who the government pre-organized, who they pre-set up, said, and I quote, no, we would not have stabbed him. That is not the same situation as justified use of force for self-defense. What the government did is they misrepresented self-defense for misrepresentation of equal force. They were saying, if you wouldn't have stabbed him, then he's guilty. Instead of, if you wouldn't have responded, you're still guilty. There were 4 people who came in as the aggressors. Keep in mind, the same people they brought up to testify said Karmelo Anthony followed them in, and they showed that Anthony was there first. They lied on the stand for the government. Miss me with that, bro.
But see, the problem is, and I understand what Pastor's saying. Pastor is pretty much saying those Collin County brothers are cowards and they don't know how to fight. and I
This
guarantee you
nigga.
he's correct, right? Because
Hold on,
the,
Shadow,
the
hold
thing
on.
is this. The thing is this, right? When you know how to fight, right? You have enough confidence. Listen to what I'm about to say, Shadow. When
That's
you
a
know
fact,
how to
brother.
fight, you have enough confidence to either walk away and say, you know what? I can knock this dude out right now, but I'm going to choose not to. Or you can just knock him out. You ain't got to go to a knife. You ain't got to go to a gun, right? But in Collin County, y'all brothers, since y'all don't know how to fight, y'all always want to go to a knife, go to a gun, and escalate the situation. And that is why we're in this situation right now,
Brownsville.
talking
All
about
right,
Look at the
Pastor.
police.
having to
Pastor.
spend
Hold
a
up,
lot of
Brownsville.
We
money
know
and
that
Look, I
joining
need.
the police ain't
Wait,
got hands. This is
wait.
crazy. The
Hey,
things you be
yo,
putting together,
Brownsville,
bro.
I
Hold on,
got
y'all. Hold
you.
on, y'all.
Wait, hold up.
Hold
Hey,
on. We having a hold on. We having a good show. Seems like KT want to get in there as well. We're
hold
gonna
up,
let
please.
Shadow
I
get
need.
a chance to respond. And hold on
Right.
before you respond. I know you have it. Let me also welcome in the new information that Truth wanted to bring up. Why did you bring this up? Truth? Amago Day?
Yes, this is the initial arrest report from the day that they committed the act. The reason
Okay.
why,
mm-hmm.
the reason why I brought it up because he incriminated himself. It's very specific things that he asked and said on the day of his detainment. If you scroll down, you will see where he openly confessed and said it is not alleged. He said,
Only you can scroll down. You sharing the screen.
"Oh,
You could blow it up. You can make it bigger. Is all you in control of that. But go ahead. Yeah. Yep.
all right." So right there it says, hold on, make sure I get where he got him.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're gonna start down here. It says, as I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial High School tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Once I arrived onto the north side, bleachers, an adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. I was not able to identify the witness. The individual that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hoodie, sweater, and dark colored Nike pants. The suspect at this point was on the track on the north end. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons. He said no. I patted him down for the weapons while we were walking along the fence. I did not locate any on his person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. Then I detained the suspect in handcuffs, handcuffed behind the back, and he had sat down on the ground. Officer A. Ricky had arrived on the scene that time. I conducted another pat down of the person and searched his person. After he gave me consent, no weapons were located while the suspect sat on the ground. I advised that after he gave me, I advised that I had alleged suspect. The suspect has responded and said, I am not alleged. I did it. Okay. So that's the first part. He said, I did it. I am not alleged. So he's speaking with fervor. He's claiming
Wait.
this body.
Can I pause you real quick? Because there's some issues.
Just let me finish with this real quick. And you can,
hold on, but we want to understand why you brought this information in. What is the use of this information at this point in the conversation?
Okay, so it speaks to him incriminating himself. He was speaking, he went to trial because he said.
Okay, suppose that incriminate himself by saying what? What you mean?
By doing the act.
But we understand that he stabbed him. Nobody's
No,
denying that he stabbed him.
okay. So,
Okay.
Sharon, okay. Let me explain something to you.
Man,
Have
he ain't
you?
got no reason. This is just
Have
coochie
you
nigga
been?
logic.
That's okay. Let him explain it. Go ahead. I want to understand.
Have you ever?
You can hear
Have you ever been detained or locked up?
Yes, I have.
Okay. When you was detained or arrested for whatever reason, did you state the events or behaviors or anything that they alleged thought you were committing to be either detained or arrested?
No, I'm from a different place. I didn't say a word.
Okay. So that's number one. You don't have to be.
Wait, pause. I'm sorry. I knew you were finna say that. Bro, even in that report, he didn't talk about being Mirandizing him first.
That's I'm about to go to that part.
But
First,
what I'm saying is I'm trying to understand, like, nobody is trying to say that he didn't stab the person. I want to know, where did he incriminate himself by saying that I did stab the person? How's that incriminating himself?
Because you admitting to something that they haven't even. He didn't even know who he was, Sharon.
But he already knew he was a suspect, bro. Hold on, I think you're making a lot of assumptions.
That's
right, but he.
I'm not making no
assumptions. First and foremost, he was 17. He had never dealt with the law before.
Hold on. So I'm trying to understand.
Yes.
So this way I can just get. I want to understand. So he know that he stabbed somebody. He know he put the knife in somebody. He didn't know that he. I believe he said he didn't know that he deleted the young man. He just know he.
Do you want me to scroll up? He's going. Do you want me to go scroll up where he said I didn't know this was the suspect?
The officer said that.
Yes, he didn't know who he was. He didn't know.
Yeah, but contextually, he testified that he heard the call and ran over there and saw him walking along the fence.
All right, hold on.
That's what he testified to.
I'm going to get to that part.
Wait, even in the first sentence you said, you identified somebody pointing him out.
Correct.
Hold on. What I'm trying to get Amago Day to understand is that, where is the incrimination part? Did he say, hey, I stabbed that motherfucker, fuck him? No, he didn't say that. He said, yes, I stabbed him. That's all he said.
Okay.
No, that's not all he said. He also said he told him not to touch him.
Yeah.
He said why he stabbed him.
Yeah,
he didn't just say I stabbed him. He said why he stabbed him as well.
This is my this is my point. Let me do this. All right. So Taz already explained that part. So he incriminated himself. It's no getting around that. But the most important part, this is the most important piece, because I don't think people saw this part. When Officer Ricky pulled up and when she addressed them,
that's
right
crazy.
here.
His name was Officer Ricky.
This is a woman. It's Allison Ricky. Officer Cortez and I then walked Anthony to my pre-search patrol vehicle, and Anthony was seated in the rear driver's side compartment of my patrol vehicle. While walking to my patrol vehicle, Anthony made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. I replied by telling Anthony I did not know what happened. It should be noted that in the car camera in my patrol vehicle was activated prior to Anthony being placed in my patrol vehicle. The reason why they keep saying this is because of the non-Mirandas. They let them know that they did not question him. He's openly giving this information, openly asking these questions. That's why I said this is all self-incriminating.
But what point are you making, Truth?
What the fuck is your point?
The point I'm making is he self-incriminated himself.
Hold on, y'all.
He's not. But fam, he's not ducking it because he's saying it was. He's saying it's legitimate. I did it for a reason, so he's not ducking it.
person would ask if what happened could be considered self-defense.
Because he was getting picked on. What the fuck?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Taz. My bad, bro.
Hold on, Shadow. Yes, calm down.
And the last thing, and I'm gonna let y'all have that for this one. The last thing, where y'all getting this 4 people from?
Hold on, no. Let's not move it to the 4 people yet. So, but
I never heard of 4 people.
Yeah, before we get to the 4 people,
just said it. Y'all said he got 4 people and got banged.
Hold on, Truth. What we're trying to understand is that so if you pull out your firearm and you shoot somebody, what do you have to do?
What do you mean? What do I have to do?
What do in a state when you have a legal gun and you pop somebody in the street, what do you have to do next after you do that?
Call your lawyer.
What do I have to do?
Yes, legally.
Call your lawyer.
Police.
Do you just go home?
No, you got to notify
911. Call 911. What are you talking about?
Okay, and then you say them what?
You tell them what has happened. If you're trying to,
okay. So now I want to compare that to Karmelo. So
did he call 911?
So him telling the police
911 was
officer
on the
that.
scene. 911.
Did he go to the police officer?
Hold on, 911 was already on the scene. He said, "I'm the person."
Using an example.
He said, "Hold on," so we can break it down. He said, "I'm the person you're looking for." Correct?
No, that's not what happened. You're jumping way far ahead. That's not what happened.
So
wait. So what are you saying happened?
No,
yes,
Sharon said after.
No, I maybe misunderstand what you were saying. That's what I thought you were saying. So what are you saying happened?
How is that? I didn't say anything about when they got him.
All right, so go ahead and tell me what you're saying.
I said this is what he said. All of this is self-incriminating. That's my point. If you're going to,
I don't understand. I don't know. When you say self-incriminating, that implies that he's trying to say he didn't do it. It's not. It's not self-incrimination. It's letting them know what happened so we can get to the bottom of it. Self-incrimination implies he's trying to hide it or something. Like I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, I'm gonna explain to you.
And true, I'm gonna thank you because
I'm lost. I'm lost now.
We don't want too many voices, so he can actually say what he says, so we could see what we could have a conversation.
You're saying self-incrimination. Yes, he admitted that he stabbed him because he was trying to protect himself. It's in the very paperwork you just told us.
What is wrong with y'all?
Listen. Truth, I don't need you to do that. I got you. Hold on. Shadow, you missed that part. I think you blanked out for a second. You didn't hear Taz just told him that same thing. He's trying to explain it now.
Oh, my bad, Taz.
All right.
It's okay.
So Taz, and I'm going to ask this with a question, even though we know that's crazy, but I need this answer. What was he was he going to court and to trial to get off as a innocent person?
That's the question?
Yes, sir.
No. I would say no.
And you're saying no.
No. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to get off as a person that was defending himself. Not necessarily innocent, but justified.
Okay, while Truth think of his new response.
No.
Step around and find out with $5. The question is, did the defense put forth a stand your ground case or a simple self-defense case? I believe there is a difference. We're going to address both of those questions. Verbal assassin. Go ahead, Truth.
There was an initial plea agreement prior to the trial.
Hold on. We cannot move to the plea agreement yet.
No.
I haven't seen that. I was looking for it last night. You have to show me that even is true, because I haven't seen anything that supports that.
Hey, Taz, they haven't posted that up yet. It's not on paper.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not on paper, but it happened. But it's going to come out.
So, you can't say you can't say it happened if you don't know. You have no idea.
Sharon.
Or do you have no idea if that happened or
Screwing with
not?
me, right? You're screwing with me, right?
Huh?
Are you
how
screwing
would
with
you-
me about talking about something that didn't actually factually happen?
How do you know if actually happened that they?
No.
Before-
What I'm saying is, we're majority of us are doing that. Because Taz
No,
knows he followed the case as well. It's a lot of stuff y'all saying that did not happen in those court proceedings.
Shit, I
like what?
like what?
Yeah, we have not been talking about things that did not happen, or at least not on this show. Maybe
Okay.
other shows,
Yeah,
but
I
not on
ain't
this
said
show.
nothing that didn't
How
happen
many
now.
people? How many people was engaged with Karmelo?
4. Austin, his brother, and 2 of their friends. This was verified by 4 separate people. Next.
All right.
And that and see, I'm
Right here in your
gonna
initial
say
report.
it's more
Okay.
because more than 4 people testified that they told him to leave. So when you say engage, what exactly does that mean? Because
Physical. I
more
think
than 4
talking about
people
physical,
engage
Taz.
with him.
I think they're talking about a physical, Taz.
This is the last thing I'm going to show y'all right here. And
hold on, but we didn't get no. Hold on, true. We didn't get no clarity on the things.
I'm answering what Taz said about the people.
Hold on, but we didn't get no clarity on the things that you brought forward already. We got
So
more
don't answer
questions
what
instead
Taz
of
is
you
saying.
bringing clarity. You didn't bring clarity to how he was incriminating
I
himself.
explained it. You don't agree with my explanation.
Okay, hold on. Taz, did he explain how he incriminated himself to you too?
No, I don't believe he
He
explained that.
doesn't believe it. He just doesn't believe
No,
it.
no, hold on. No, what we trying to hold on. What I'm trying to get you to say, you did not communicate the incrimination part yet. I don't want to move past that part yet. Explain to me how that Karmelo incriminated himself.
All right, Taz.
I'm here.
Do you okay? So listen to how I'm asking you this. I know you don't agree.
No. Hold on. No, don't ask no questions. How did he incriminate himself?
What are you talking about? That's what I'm explaining, yo. If you're not
No,
going, if you don't want me to go my way,
explain it in a form. This is not Jeopardy. You can't explain it in the form of a question.
you know I'm not going to do it your way.
Rest in peace, Alex Trebek.
That's out of the question.
No, you have to hold on. No. You have to do it my way because that's how I need to be communicated to. So I could understand what you are saying.
I have to talk like you, nigga.
Hold on. I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm missing what you are saying. So I need you to communicate in a way. Hold on, please. Hold on. I need you to communicate in a way where I can understand you. Is what I'm trying to say.
If you're missing it, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't.
Yes, it is.
Something.
It is something you could do about. I'm literally explaining to you what you can do about it.
And I'm not going to do it that way.
Well, then you don't want to. Then you don't want to be communicated properly.
By not doing it your way.
For me, yes. If I don't understand something, and I'm saying, hey, I don't understand what you're saying. I need you to do it this way so I can understand it. I don't understand what is the issue with that.
But Sharon, it's not even just you. No one understands him.
Why are you please?
I understand. I just
thank you, Taz. You understand? You just disagree, and that's why I'm not going with it. I'm not. I'm not going to change it. Taz disagrees with it. He thinks so.
I disagree with the language, the use of
Hold on. Taz, you understand what he's trying to. Hold on. Taz, what you was going to finish saying? You understand what? Go ahead.
Cause see, I think I understand when he's saying incriminate. He's just saying like he told on himself. But I think the extenuating circumstances are okay. Yeah, I'm telling on myself because I did it because he made me do it. So it's not necessarily incrimination. You're not incriminating yourself because you're not saying I went and committed a criminal act. You're giving your self-defense argument in saying this is why I did that. So that's why I'm saying I just think there's a threshold there we're not crossing in terms of the word incriminate.
Right. And I agree with you that because you can see it that way. I didn't say you can't see it that way. I just see it differently. And that is not what you were saying, Sharon. So I don't know why.
What I'm saying is that you have not been I am saying the same thing he's saying. I'm saying you have not been able to substantiate how he incriminated himself. Because that's why I asked you about if you used to pew somebody in the street and you have to tell 911 that you had to pew somebody, would you consider that incriminating yourself?
Yes.
Then you don't understand the word incriminate.
Yeah, because if you
want to look up the
legitimately,
word incrimination? I'll read it to you.
yeah, because I mean, I'm kind of interested in the definition now. Because if you didn't do it, it's not incriminating. I mean, or if you did it for the right reasons, how would it incriminate you? That, you know what I'm saying? The incrimination implies that it's going to be criminalized. If it's not to be or shouldn't be criminalized, it shouldn't be incrimination.
So let me read the definition. Incriminate means making someone appear guilty of a crime or wrongdoing. That's what incrimination means. So if the person does not believe they're wrong, if the person don't believe they're committing a crime, then therefore that's not incrimination.
Yeah.
All right. So I have Webster here. I'm about to show you in the back.
Read it.
No, I want you
Read
to see
it.
it because so you can't say, "Oh, that's not."
No, it's okay to read it.
But see, yeah, I mean, I got it right here on Webster's. To charge with or show evidence of proof of involvement in a crime or fault. It's still, you know what I'm saying? It still implicates crime. It still implicates, you know what I'm saying? And so if I didn't commit, incriminating myself.
Okay, so Taz, that's what okay, so I'm glad you're reading the same thing. It says to charge with or show evidence or proof of involvement in a crime or fault. I am calling someone. This is the ultimate proof that is a smoking gun. I am calling someone and saying I used my firearm and shot somebody.
But it's not a crime.
That's evidence, that's proof, and that's a crime.
But it's not a crime.
Okay,
it's not
so
a crime.
you believe crime is only convicted.
So no,
crime
the
or
word
fault.
That's what what we're trying to say the incrimination. When you use the word incrimination, you got to be presenting a crime.
All right, I'm going by definition, not usually.
Right. If he was incriminating himself, he was incriminating himself on self-defense. That's why the first question
Did you see
asked,
the last part, Terrence?
You got to blow it up. We
yes,
can't see
for fault.
it.
Yeah, where it says crime or fault. Yes. But again, are we saying right? But again, Karmelo is literally saying this is not my fault.
I'm going specific by the definition.
Right, but keep in mind what I'm saying is Karmelo is saying this is because he does not wait. Just 1 second. From what we just read, my bad, Ron. My bad.
So true. Do you believe that Karmelo, he would have stabbed this person if Austin didn't approach him?
Would he have,
Would he still have stabbed him if Austin and his brother Hunter did not approach him?
Okay, how do you stab somebody not in close distance proximity?
No. If
happen?
Austin and Hunter did not approach Karmelo, would Karmelo still have stabbed him, in your opinion?
If they didn't approach him, they're not. I don't.
Is this a simple question?
Just, I mean, it's the same thing. Like I'm saying, if he removed himself, he wouldn't have stabbed him. It's the same thing.
It's a simple question.
They're not in close proximity.
It's okay. You can answer. If Austin and Hunter, he wouldn't have stabbed him.
He couldn't.
So therefore, in Karmelo's eyes, he believes that they was the ones that initiated the content, and that's why he had to stab them in defense. Do you agree? That's what he thought. Whether if it's right or wrong or true, that's different. But I'm saying,
I'm not ignorant enough to say what somebody believes. I don't know. I don't know what he believed.
But that's the whole reason why he's telling the police what he did, and he's saying it's not my fault, it's their fault. They created this situation. I responded by stabbing him. So you're not incriminating yourself. You're telling them what happened in the hopes that you didn't do something wrong, which is why he then asked, "Is this self-defense?" Because he doesn't know.
Taz, you're looking at the self-defense part. I'm looking at the initial action of what happened. I think
Right. So
that's
I
where
think
we're
I think to
kind of.
provide clarity, I think what Truth is saying is that he made a mistake by even speaking to the police, right? Which is true. Because if he would have said nothing, right, then the prosecutor would have had to even prove that he committed the crime, right? So the prosecutor would have had to bring in
First,
witnesses,
No, I
bring in
disagree.
witnesses, or bring in some type of other evidence that suggests that he committed the crime and why, right? Um, and I don't think that's a good argument, but I think that's the point he's trying to make by his initial statements that he just voluntarily said to the police. He made the case easier to prosecute.
yes, he helped them
Okay.
with their investigation.
I see.
That's
All
one
right.
way to look at it.
I guess we just don't
Go
like the
ahead,
fact
brother.
that
That's
you
what I
use the
said.
word.
I
I
agree
guess
with you, Taz.
it's
That's why I
okay.
said I
It's
agree
okay.
with
We
you,
just don't
Taz.
like. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We just don't like the word that you use incriminate because you're using it incorrectly. Rolling Anger 6720 with the $2. Get rid of
Nice slick.
BMO. No Delta Novembers. It is $20 to drop somebody, not $2. Aaron Two Lucas with the
Dumb.
$5. At what point is it on his friend to de-escalate the situation? Since they invited him to the tent, they aren't legally responsible, but morality, yes. Morally, yes. Sorry.
I'm gonna holler at you later, Taz. I do want to talk to you about
So,
it.
true. So, I guess he drops. Okay. Yeah, I think he just didn't. I don't know. I just don't think he substantiated his argument properly. I don't know why he left.
See, my issue is when the event happens, people make it seem like he wasn't supposed to leave the area. It's like you wanted him to stay there after he already had to stab one motherfucker for touching him. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like how the defense laid all of this out, because it's like what is he supposed to do? So continue to sit there and wait for someone else to come and push his other shoulder? Like when if you have no duty to retreat, if you don't have to leave, if you are in a place legally and there's no duty to retreat, there's no reason for that kid to came up and pushed him on the shoulder. The fact that they want him to leave should be irrelevant. Stand your ground literally says you do not have to leave.
Right.
It literally says that.
Yeah, but Taz, the problem is you have to utilize reasonable force, right? Proportionate force. Whether it's you're using a stand your ground defense or regular self-defense. Now, to answer Verbal's question, the difference between self-defense and stand your ground is just simply a self-defense case is you are proving that you are justified in using whatever force you use, proportionate
Correct.
to whatever your oppressor's using against you. That's just regular self-defense, right? Stand your ground just stipulates, like Taz explained, you don't have a duty to retreat, right? You can stand your ground and meet that force with force, right? The problem is, was the force reasonable that Karmelo Anthony utilized when he got pushed or what have you? And the prosecutor made his case that the force wasn't proportionate. He says specifically that you can't meet a shove with a stab. right? Which is correct, right? And the only exception to that is if somebody is, let's say you're in your home and somebody's breaking into your home, right? That's in the commission of another felony. So in the commission of another felony, you can use deadly force without them using any type of force, right? You break into my home, you ain't got to touch me or my children or my wife, right? And I can take you out of here, and I'm justified because you were in the commission of another felony, right? But if just me and you are out in the street and we have a dispute and it's a mutual fray and we're using hands, if you're going to use an escalator like a knife or a gun and turn it into a deadly force situation, you only have specific reasons to do so. And you got to make that point very, very, very clear that, you know what? I had to use a knife because this is what was going on. I had to use a gun because this is what was going on. And you got to prove that. And that's a tough bar to clear legally.
Well, can I say the problem here is like what you're saying it makes sense, but it's not
Hold on,
true
KT.
because it seems like Zimmerman and
Hold on, KT, because he was in a conversation with Taz. Verbal assassin, F around to find out, $5. I know the difference, Brownsville. I'm not confused. Y'all are. Go ahead, Taz and KT want to jump in as well.
Well, my question to Brownsville, my question to Brownsville would be: so do you think that again, because Karmelo is there, he's under their tent? I'm arguing that the prosecution made the argument that he was surrounded under their tent by them, being mocked, told to leave, being threatened. They made the case that was happening. So the question isn't that if it was or wasn't happening. The question is, at what point does Karmelo get to acknowledge that, damn, I'm under their tent. Okay, I got this one right here pressing me. It's some people behind me. It's 15 people to my right, 2 people over here to my left. I really ain't got a chance in terms of no fight. When does he get to respond based on that fact?
Well, and this is where I believe his defense attorney made a critical error, because what you just articulated, Taz, is what Karmelo should have articulated in his defense. I agree. Right? In order to make that type of a case, Taz, of self-defense, you got to take the stand and articulate that and say, hey, I had this person behind me. 2 people was on my side saying this. One person was saying he going to F me up. And then now this person is pushing me. I had no other recourse but to get out of that situation however I could. But he didn't, for some strange reason, he didn't take the stand. And I think that is the fatal error, one of the fatal errors of the defense, right? Because it's very, very difficult to create any type of self-defense case or stand your ground case if you don't paint the picture of what you was going through in that exact moment.
And I do think just right quick, and I'm done, KT. I do think though, Brownsville, the prosecution painted that picture, and the defense didn't jump on it and use it in a way that's beneficial to Karmelo, because the prosecution laid out the argument that everybody's telling him to leave. He ain't supposed to be here. Why is he here? Why won't he leave? Get from under here. So that's your hostile environment right there. And this is with Karmelo just sitting down. So I believe they failed. The defense failed him.
And hopefully, and before KT go, I want to say hopefully they could prove that his lawyer as well was in cahoots, and that's why they're going to win the appeal. Because for a lawyer to do that bad, I do not really understand it at all. That is just horrible. Either that or we missed our call and we should have all been goddamn lawyers, Taz. Get KT, get your thought in there. And I see Brownsville want to respond to Taz. So KT, Brownsville, and Kim, and we introduced Kim Weston to the conversation. Go ahead, KT.
Well, I just want to say, first of all, the angle you coming at Brownsville is about what the defense should have did. This is the system, right? Like what you keep saying is basically that if you do what you're supposed to do, the system will work as it's supposed to. But we know that is not true. Zimmerman is still free. The Mr. Child in South Carolina, that he's still free. So even when you make the case of, well, is it enough force? If we being very honest, anybody else in this situation logically would say, yeah, this is enough force. If it's a multitude of people surrounding you saying you shouldn't be here, even though you can be here, and they're being aggressive towards you, and now they're surrounding you, yeah, I think anyone would say like, and we're not talking about a gunshot. We're talking about a knife. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that you can't harm people detrimentally with it, but again, this isn't like excessive force or anything. So I get what you're saying, but I think you just don't see that you're saying, like you say a lot of things in the light of an officer, where you're saying the system doesn't fail, and if he would have just cooperated with the system as such, then things would be in a better place. But that isn't true. And no offense, this is really bad logic. This is what's getting us in bad positions where Diva was saying earlier, we're acting wildly vagina as black men because of stuff like this. Why would we work within a system that we continue to see is failing us?
Well, first and foremost, I think all of us can acknowledge that Karmelo Anthony committed murder, right? So anybody, any creed, anybody that you're involved with, right? If you stab somebody or shoot somebody, if you take somebody out of here, you committed an act, right? So regardless of the situation, from that moment, you're gonna have to deal with the system. Does everybody agree with that?
No,
Yeah. I mean,
I
I agree
don't.
with it. I just don't agree with what you're saying in terms of
Hold on. Taz
but
said no.
I get what you
So
mean.
I want Taz to explain why he don't agree with that.
The framing of it just don't sound right. I don't believe we could just say that and leave it there. Like I think that it's too much nuance in it to just simply say it's murder because you had to take a life. I don't think every time you take a life it's murder. I don't agree with that.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm agreeing with
I said,
Harris.
hold on. I did not say
It
that.
does,
I didn't say
so
that.
I want you to be able to defend it, and it did sound like it. Oh, going 314 to $2. Tell me how Melo was injured in the incident. Go ahead, cuz explain what you meant by the taking a life.
What I said was, anytime you take somebody's life, anytime you take somebody out of here, you're going to have to deal with the system. That's what I said.
Well, that's what you said at the end.
Yeah,
Right.
that's correct.
The question you asked people to
said.
agree with, but no, the question you asked people to agree with was, is taking a life murder or some shit like that? It was just a very blanket statement about murder that I disagree with.
So that was just if that's what you heard, then I did a bad job of articulating myself.
Okay.
We good.
Okay.
But my point is, because KT's point is, well, the system, you shouldn't trust it, and all these different kind of things. My whole point is, whenever you take somebody out of this world and you live in America, you're gonna have to deal with the system, regardless, right? So
I agree with that. Yeah.
So there's a way that you have to move within the system, right? When you deal with it, and trust me, yes, it's argued. I mean, it's going to be very frustrating. It's it's a lot of stuff you got to go through, right? Even if you're justified, even if you're found to be clear of no wrongdoing, right? It's still going to be an arduous journey, but we got to go through it regardless. And what I'm saying is, in terms of Karmelo Anthony, right? If his defense team really wanted to present a case of self-defense or stand your ground, they have to paint a picture to the jury that he had no other recourse but to use deadly force in that situation. You got to paint that picture. and you got to do it vividly, right? You can't just say, hey, he pushed me, these guys surrounded me, and no, now I'm going to use deadly force. That's not justification, because that's not reasonable. That's not what a reasonable person would do.
That doesn't
And we
mean, hold
can't
up. I
take
gotta
that
say
element
though,
out.
in a self-defense state, that's not true. Like again, the baby got off, and you can make the valid argument they were in a fist-to-fist combat
What's not true?
already.
Hold on.
Yeah,
What's not true?
you don't have to come and respond. Like I said, in the self-defense state, North Carolina has self-defense and stand your ground. The baby got off. But the baby got off. If you watch the video, him and one dude are fighting hand-to-hand combat. All his homeboy did was hopped up like, oh hell nah, and he shot him. Because when we talking about self-defense and stand your ground stuff, that's not true. You don't have to. His homeboy hopped up with no gun. They ain't arrest him and be like, oh yeah, well, he ain't have no gun, so you killed him unjustly. No, that's not how that actual law works. I literally done beat some stuff on self-defense, bro. I shot a dude and his lady. That's not.
And Brownsville, we actually gave the statues.
Hold on.
We have the statues for
right now.
Fuck.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring you right now. The verbal assassin, Efrana found out what the father is. He didn't have to be injured. He only needed to have the logical imminent. Oh man, say the word. Come on,
imminent.
I know these. You know these multiple syllables. Say it again, KT.
Imminent.
Thank you. Fear of it for self-defense. Thank you, KT. Go ahead. Well, I get some more water. Go ahead, Shadow. And I'm gonna bring you in. I'm not forgetting you on purpose, Kim. Thank you for your patience and not giving me Tourette's today. Thank you so much, Kim. I got you.
So, Brownsville, in order to correct what you said, because you're making a lot of mischaracterizations, in Texas specifically, because we did go through the law earlier, stand your ground just has to be a reasonable expectation of fear. When you actually have to use lethal force, is you have to be a reasonable expectation of danger, not of equal force. You're trying to put the equal force measure, and we don't have that in Texas. That is not something we have. If I'm sitting at my car and you're beating on my window, I could take that as a crucial threat and X you from that point, because I have imminent fear of you. I understand why you're trying to make it a justification thing, but it's just not. I'm sorry, that's not how the law works.
But Cuzzo read the law, right, and it said exactly what I said. In order for it to be justifiable self-defense, you have to prove that the force you used was reasonable within the circumstances, right? Now, to KT's point.
That's not what it said.
Hold on one second, real quick. To KT's point, right? He brought up the baby's case, right? In the baby's case, he was in Walmart. The dude who was transgressing against him brandished a firearm first, and there's video evidence of this.
No, he didn't.
So obviously that situation is totally different than what we're talking about in the Karmelo Anthony case. But Shadow, if you don't believe me, you can go back to the Texas Penal Code, right? And you'll pull up.
I have it pulled up right now.
Okay, and read it.
I'm the one who added the code, bro.
For self-defense, what is required?
Brownsville, you have consistently on 8 different occasions in this conversation tried to say equal force. I'm telling you, factually speaking, that is bullshit, bro. That is not in the code. It says that nowhere in 931 or 932. You're saying something that I'm telling you is factually inaccurate. Verbal has told you it's factually inaccurate. Everybody's telling you what you're saying isn't real, and you're still trying to run with it. Here's what I'm telling you, and I'm gonna tell you directly. I'm speaking strictly to you. No, when he was surrounded and he felt reasonable fear, he was by stand your ground statute 932 justified in how he did it. But because his lawyer didn't make the stand your ground defense, he was convicted because self-defense would not have been enough because he didn't defend himself. The prosecution established that he was surrounded. The prosecution made the stand your ground case for him.
Also, I got to point out real quick, going back with what I was saying, like I've caught a case for this. So the case already went through court. I shot a dude and his girlfriend. The girl ain't had nothing to do with it. She jumped in front of the bully. I didn't even perceive her as a threat. They literally legally let me go on the basis that she hopped in herself. It wasn't like I even seen her as a threat. I even told them, like, I ain't mean to do that with her. But they were like, well, she jumped in the bully. That's on her. It's nothing about what you know what I'm saying? And the dude I shot, I'm shooting at the dude because he was supposed to be opening his trunk to get a piece of firearm, to do something to me. So they were like, well, due to the fact I let him put his arm in the trunk, and they say, like, from there, everything's justified. All actions is justified. So that's what I'm saying. Just in the stand your ground or self-defense state, that is how it works.
To make it land, did anybody lose their life in that situation?
No.
Your ass can't aim for shit. But I think that would.
I hit him. They was in the hospital. Believe that.
I'm just hold on. But I'm saying that I think that's the difference with if somebody actually lost their life, it might be trialed a little differently.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just pointing in that case. That's the only time I've had self-defense rights. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, even in terms of self-defense, they told me it was on the basis of when we were arguing in the club. You know what I'm saying? And we went outside the club. While we're in the club, dude says, "I'm going to pop my trunk." I pull my gun out. I say, "Bro, you put your hand in that trunk, they're gonna pull your body out behind it." You feel me? Bro went and did it. Stuff happened. They say, well, I was justified. So I'm just pointing out in self-defense, seriously, they don't typically say, like, oh, you got to.
But did they actually pull him out the trunk? Did they actually have to pull him out the trunk?
Oh, he was laid in there. I don't know what he was doing after I pulled out that parking lot, but he was laying in there when I left it. So God.
All right. So all right. While Brownsville fix up his connection, let me get this opportunity right here to let Kim West in here. Good day. Welcome to the show, Kim West.
Hello. Is my mic okay? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you sound great and you're looking good as well.
Oh, thank you. How's everybody doing? I think for the first time ever, I agree with Shadow. I agree with basically everything he said, and he's been saying. And I think what Brownsville is not factoring in because he's trying to just be so dead set on, well, it has to be reasonable or proportionate. And I think what really it comes down to is the jury people's opinion about what they feel is reasonable and proportionate. Because we see different people have different opinions about that. So if we were all on one jury, we would potentially be having different votes because in my opinion, that is reasonable. In Brownsville's opinion, maybe or someone else's, it's not reasonable. It's really an opinion based as much as people want to say, well, this is what the law says. Yeah, but that law is still up to a quote unquote interpretation or opinion of the jury person. That's
okay, I like that.
Intro thoughts.
Shout out to Kim. Before, as Browns is getting this, I know Shadow, go ahead and speak your mind because I know you also disagree with Brownsville. This is a good point to get him while he's coming in. Go ahead, Shadow.
I lied. I disagree with Kim.
Taste out of your mouth.
I'd like to see it.
Shout out to Tiny Wilds with turn around. Oh no, get me. Me and Kim agree. Yeah.
Shadow, you're actually correct today. You're actually correct today.
Hey Ty, so what do you think? What is your thoughts on the appeal? Do you think he actually has a opportunity on the appeal to use? I think he probably could use the jurors as a way, unless he could either find a way that his actual lawyer was in cahoots with the judge and the prosecutor and the dad. But what is your thoughts on this appeal situation? Do you think he actually have a shot? And if so, which direction should he go?
I think appeals are always like scary. You know what I'm saying? You can always hope, but it's like, it's usually a shot in the dark. We can only hope on the appeal. So, you know what I'm saying? I definitely hope the best for him on it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a high confident thing like, oh yeah, for sure. I just hope. But having said that, I do think in terms of like, would he have reasons to file it? I can think of several, like you said, the jury, the inconsistent testimonies. Again, some of the application of the law from his defense attorney. I just, you know what I'm saying? It just don't seem like he was given the best defense. And so I do think there's certainly room on multiple grounds for appeal, and you could file on all of those in hopes of just getting one.
Because
and I did want to say too, to your earlier question, I'm sorry. Do I think he got a fair trial? No. Basically, the things Pat pointed out, and his defense was horrible. From what we could observe, we couldn't see it on television, but as we've been watching the reports come out, it just so many elements of it just seemed unfair, not going like you think a trial should go. And I guess, right, so that would be grounds for appeal. But no, I don't think he got fair trial, and I don't think he had adequate defense.
His lawyer, like, I know it's very hard. Most appeals is about the lawyer. The lawyer didn't do proper lawyering. But this one looked like he might actually have a legit case about the lawyer dropping the ball. Like, seriously, like, it don't make no sense that me and Taz could lawyer better than his lawyer at this moment. That's ridiculous. We would have a better argument in court than his lawyer did.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand it, bro. I really don't. I was looking at this shit like 3 days ago, like, bro, why? Because I was just hoping he would wrap it up in the closing arguments. Because again, he did pretty good during cross-examination, but I feared that he was hoping the jury was just seeing it, that he didn't have to tie it together, that he didn't have to create the story, which again, you don't have to as the defense, but maybe you needed to. See what I'm saying? You didn't tie none of this together. You showed the jury, but you didn't tie it together. You didn't show it. You didn't outline nothing. And with that, it is a self-defense claim. This is why people want Karmelo on the stand. Well, if the lawyer lays it out correctly, we're not questioning Karmelo getting on the stand. It was just inadequate.
Do you think it's because he was a Caucasian man? That's why he didn't understand how important it was to drive this Karmelo's character.
It's some badass white lawyers out there that have got you off, though, Sharon. You know what I'm saying? He should, if he don't know, then they hired the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way. Yeah, you've got to, because again, I think, for example, the strategy that they used was, let's not incite the jury. We don't want to call these kids, call them out. We don't want to make Austin Metcalf look like a bad person. We want to kind of protect that image. He died, all that shit. I think it should have been the opposite. That's who they should have been going at. You have to make him the problem.
But that's why, like, that whole soft guy era approach that he did, and even he said it himself, that he said, you don't want a junkyard dog to defend you in a case like this. I
disagree.
And that's what the lawyer said. So I don't know if I could blame the lawyer, because that's the way how he's been doing it. I'm scared to bring up Josh because he is a white supremacist. Hopefully we can have a regular conversation. But this whole idea that this lawyer was out here talking about, you got to be a little kind and you got to present it nicely. No, this is for my goddamn life. And I blame the parents for not recognizing that, hey, you absolutely needed a junkyard dog in that courtroom, 100%. And also, if you had a junkyard dog in that courtroom, I believe you would have got the public behind you a lot differently. Because you didn't have a junkyard dog, you didn't get the people behind it. It was barely any people at this goddamn case. That's another problem. Big issue that I had with it, Taz. Bubba Homeschool with the 10 ball. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. Hey, when Karmelo said, make me, when he was asked to leave, he forfeited himself defense, stand your ground claims. You can't provoke someone into physical action and then stab them. Simple law.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the framing, because what you're implying, and I wish you would hit the link and have this conversation. I know you're intellectually incapable, but in reality, you're not going to be able to make anyone believe that you are being provoked as you sit there and tell people, leave me alone. Oh, okay, come fucking with me then. You would have to illustrate how that is provocation. Because for you, provocation is him not leaving. The law says he don't have to leave. What are we doing?
Right,
Welcome
but
to the show.
the statement that Karmelo made, touch me and see what happens, or something to that effect, is considered a provocative statement, right?
No, it's
Why?
not, because he
It's
was
a
responding
response.
to being threatened.
It's a response.
Austin
You got it,
said,
Kim.
I'm going to beat your BA. Austin, it was testified that Austin, before Karmelo Anthony said anything to him, he said, I'm going to beat your BA. And so in response, in defense of himself, he said, well, touch me and see what happens. How am I provoking you if you have already started the altercation?
Because that could be considered agreeing to a mutual fray, right? So if I'm on the street with Taz, right? Me and Taz are having an argument, right? And I get close to Taz and we going back and forth arguing. And he says, hey, touch me and see what happens. And then I push him and he pulls out a gun or a knife and takes me out. That is not self-defense.
Why do everybody keep skipping over the he got threatened first part? If I say I'm going to beat you up, Brownsville, and then you say back to me, well, no, don't do that. Don't you do that, and then you're going to see what happens. I already started the confrontation with you, didn't I?
Right. So yeah, I'm agreeing with you there. So me and Taz, we're out in public, right? We're at a public park, at a public event, and I'm telling Taz, hey Taz, I don't want you here, bro. You need to leave here right now. And if you don't leave, I'm gonna beat your A. And then Taz says, nah, touch me, and then you're gonna see what happens. And then I go up to Taz and I push him. After I push Taz, he grabs a knife or grabs a gun and he takes me out of here. That is not self-defense.
But that's also not what happened. Like you does not change the facts of the case. Let's say what happened. Because if we say what happened, like, you can't make me leave. I'm just sitting here. Why do you get to touch me? Like, not only why do you get to touch me, why have all of y'all talk shit to me and y'all not considered the aggressors? Like, this is crazy that all y'all telling me to leave. It's verified through y'all testimony that y'all don't want me there. Y'all want me to leave. You've told me to leave. You've made it apparent I shouldn't be here. I ain't moving because I ain't got to. And somehow I'm provoking you. That's crazy, bro.
Right. But that's why I come back to using proportionate force, right? So in that same scenario, Taz, right? I push you and you knock me out, right? Now I'm trying to get you prosecuted for bodily injury because my argument is, hey, I just pushed him. I didn't assault, I didn't harm him. He don't have no marks, no scrapes, no bruises, none of that. But I had to go to the hospital for a concussion, right? Now you have justifiable self-defense, right? Because when you said touch me and see what happens, you met my force with an appropriate level of force, right? That's what we're missing, right? He didn't say touch me and see what happens, and he used the appropriate level of force, which was a right hook and knocked him out. He took him out of this world with
Brownsville,
no
no,
weapon.
bruh, because you adding to it. So let me add to your scenario. So after the boy fall down and bust his head open, all his white ass friends come to jump Karmelo. When he stabbed one of them motherfuckers, is it justified now?
Absolutely.
Right. So again, so why do I have to wait? Why do I gotta wait till all of y'all finna whoop my ass when all of y'all there in the first place? You were all the threat you became when I fought him. You were a threat before I fought. No, Brownsville. You were a threat before I fought him.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. When you just gave that scenario, what did I say? I agree, right? However, that is not Karmelo Anthony's defense because he didn't make that defense. That's the problem.
I know, bro. I know, Brownsville. I know, bro. I know.
And let me Scorch Earth. Yeah, Scorch Earth 824 with the $2. Don't forget, Karmelo never stood up. He was sitting.
Shout out
to all. It doesn't make a difference. If you are trying to make an articulated justification for using deadly force in that exact situation, then you're going to have to paint a vivid picture so that any reasonable person would believe that you acted with the proper level of justification, right? But if you don't do that, then all they're going to go by is what the witnesses are saying. And the witnesses are saying, hey, no, he didn't have to stab him. He didn't have to do that. He could have did something else, right? So
and
once they started doing that,
that's their opinion, right?
Right, right. But what I'm saying is their opinions in a court of law, Queen, in a court of law, right? Those witnesses' opinions become evidence. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, right? We got to go back into a legal world.
And that's something I think his lawyer should have objected to. I think the lawyer should have objected to their opinions being some type of factual evidence. Because I think he shouldn't have. Therefore, that means that's the facts now. No, that's objection.
How do you think the phrase reasonable is legally defined?
Reasonable is defined by what I think, in my opinion, is reasonable by what I think a reasonable person would do.
Right. So if you're talking to witnesses within the court, right?
Oh, we got a sassy.
What's going to define that reasonable?
If you don't want to talk to him, I'll talk to his goofy ass.
Their opinions, just like you stated your opinion, right? But within a court case, those witnesses' opinions are effectively what defines as reasonable. What the 51% of them
who is that
would
talking?
perceive.
Who this is talking?
Josh, the white supremacist.
So y'all let him back up here, and he done told y'all he a white supremacist.
Well, I was going to make a different argument.
You know
right?
what? I bow out.
Yeah, make a legitimate argument though.
Do. Y'all lowly, you always gonna be at the fucking bottom, and it's because you're a bunch of stupid motherfuckers.
Damn.
Yeah. So what's your argument though, goofy ass dude?
I didn't really have an argument, mostly because I actually do want an appeals. Whether he's going to get one or not, that's probably not likely. But I do want him to win an appeals for a retrial, so they can hit him with extra charges. This way, he'll get more than 35 years.
What would be the extra charges?
Bringing a weapon on school property, trespassing. Go down the list. Whatever.
So you want him to get to? So you talking about some misdemeanors?
Yeah. You just basically keep stacking charges. I don't think the prosecutor.
Well, why would you stack? Why would you stack misdemeanors with felonies?
You would just stack additional charges to make it more on the sentencing.
Okay, there's no more sentencing to add with misdemeanor charges.
You could add them as consecutive. The whole point
No,
of
you
it is
can't. There's not even no jail time applicable to the charges you're referring to.
well, actually, no. There really are. Bringing a weapon on school grounds is usually pretty serious. That's a felony charge within the U.S.
He's not
I don't
charged
know
with
about
it for a reason.
Note that knife is 30 days. It's a Class C misdemeanor. Stop making shit up, Josh.
The knife was legal.
Wait. In Texas, it is.
The case is in Texas,
Well,
genius.
we are talking about Texas, right? They
I'm
always
just
say
asking.
white
I
supremacists
deal
were
with
dumb,
federal,
though.
so that's
I
what I'm
guess
asking.
Yeah, it's not federal. It's Texas.
Yeah. I know. I'm asking. Is it you're saying that it's a misdemeanor to bring a weapon on school grounds?
Most likely. Most likely,
do you know
yes.
for sure?
No, I don't know for sure, but most likely it's
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's a Class C. It's a Class C misdemeanor. The first time is a Class C misdemeanor. The second time is a Class A. The third, I'm looking at it right now, and the third time is a state jail felony. And state jail felonies only carry up to 2 years.
Yeah, it wasn't his first rodeo. He was suspended for bringing
It should be a
weapon on school
misdemeanor
grounds.
for your stupid
Prior.
ass coming up on this panel. That should be a misdemeanor.
I know y'all don't like the white man winning. I know.
I don't think it's a win, right? Because for real, if anything, when you talk about 35 years, I think he should have stabbed 4 or 5 of them white motherfuckers. Where's the win?
Oh, well, in this case, it would be the effect that this court case ended up bringing grounds for the school to like make demands for like metal detectors and stuff at school to raise the raise the school taxes so we can get what's Collins County, roughly about 10-12% black. We can just basically kind of like raise up the economy and the taxation so much we can get them on up out of there.
Oh, that's the goal.
Let's make Texas white again.
Oh yeah, I think that's a good idea too. Like black people should leave Texas, like get the fuck out of there. Because at some point, if the stand your ground laws don't apply to black people, you should not be in a state where you can't get equal justice.
Well, stand your ground laws don't apply on school grounds, anyways.
They absolutely do.
They absolutely do not. We don't grant children. We don't grant children the same rights we do as adults. That's why y'all are up here arguing a child situation as an adult. Which is probably why you guys get called super predators.
But he was charged as an adult. Hold up. No, I'm not going to let him get away with that. Hold on. So let's go ahead and talk about the. Oh, sorry.
I
just want to know where you're getting this info from. My bad.
All right. So
you want me to read? Okay, got you.
We unlock Nature with the follow. Isn't Texas stand your ground law?
Yes, Texas is. School grounds are not, nor are children.
No, Texas is 100% stand your ground, right? But once again,
school grounds themselves are not.
In order to use deadly force, right? You have to do so for it to be justified by using the appropriate force that's considered reasonable, right? That a reasonable person
before you say that again, please look at the
force
code
that you use justifiable in that situation, right? And you can go, you can pull up Texas Penal Code 931, right? Because that is actually Texas self-defense doctrine, right?
No,
and it gives
but
several
the
different.
lethal force is 32. I'm trying to explain to you.
Listen,
right? But you said
bring up 931. That's self-defense right there.
Now bring up 932, which is what you're arguing against.
No, what I'm saying is 932 is you're correct, but we're talking about self-defense. So we got to start from the beginning. 931 lists the reasons why you can use self-defense, and it tells you specifically these are the reasons why, right? It talks about being in your home and nobody being able to use force against you in your home, in your vehicle, right? What you brought up, at your place of work, right? And then it tells you can't provoke them, you can't agree to the force in any way, right? You don't have a duty to retreat, but when you do use force, in order for it to be justified, it has to be a reasonable amount of force to necessitate that threat, right?
Wait, where does it say that? Hold on. Does it say that right there?
That's number 3. But it's but I'm saying, but what are you saying? But okay, so let's be clear on what I'm arguing the threat is. I'm arguing the threat is everybody else other than Karmelo Anthony.
Right. So you're talking about the crowd, right? But
yes,
but the defense team, right, keyed in on Austin, right? So he keyed in on Austin. He didn't paint a picture that Karmelo Anthony was in fear of getting jumped by a whole bunch of different assailants. He didn't make that argument, right?
I don't think he made the argument good enough about Austin either. Just even Austin, he didn't make him a threat. So I
Right.
agree. I agree.
Right. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to self-defense, when it comes to stand your ground, you have to paint a picture to where you didn't have any other reasonable decisions to make, right? Um Shadow or KT, one of them brought up George Zimmerman, right? And they pointed out that George Zimmerman didn't take the stand in his stand your ground case. That's true, right? But what they did utilize as evidence is the numerous interviews and interrogations that George Zimmerman participated in, right? Where he was articulating fearing for his life and all of these different things that he thought he was gonna die and he lost consciousness and all of these different things that was all played during the trial, right? To try to paint a picture that he was justified in using deadly force because he was in so much fear, right?
But you know what's weird about that case? Zimmerman provoked the confrontation. He started the confrontation, yet he was still able to argue self-defense and get acquitted.
Absolutely. Thank
Right.
you.
Right. And what I'm saying is his defense team, right? That's probably who Karmelo Anthony's family should have went with. They should have found George Zimmerman's defense team and brought them aboard because they knew how to articulate the necessary picture to paint to the jurors of the level of fear he was under.
So Brownsville, you're confusing me a little bit. Are you saying Karmelo Anthony simply had an inadequate defense? Or are you
Yes,
saying
he had ineffective
was
assistant counsel.
guilty? Because those are having an inadequate defense is something completely separate from, your defense. They laid out your case and you were just guilty.
Yeah, so I'm saying that number one, I think he had an inadequate ability to, physically respond to situations like that. Maybe he lacked the confidence or ability, right? And he didn't know how to handle himself in that type of a volatile situation, right? I think that was number one. Number two, I think if he was in fear of his life, the way Taz is articulating and the way a lot of people believe that he was, then he had an inadequate defense team to paint that picture of fear, which would, elevate his level of response to a justifiable level of self-defense, right? And I believe the case was won before the trial, before the jury was even seated, right? In the jury selection process. Most cases are won right there. So I believe if he was able to articulate that fear, that he was in fear of his life because of there was 4 or 5 guys around him, right? And the size difference. And, he thought he was going to, be deleted or seriously hurt. He had to paint that picture. That was the only way that he was going to be found justified. And that didn't happen.
Brownsville, quick question, please. I need to see where your mind is. So, and this is, I just want your opinion. When that jury instruction was said that if you do not testify on your behalf, will you find him guilty? And people in that jury actually agreed that he would still be found guilty if he didn't defend himself on the stand. Is that by law ineffective assistance of counsel for not challenging that? And I'm speaking to you as somebody who should know.
Right. I believe that question was answered both. I asked to all the jurors, both by the prosecution and the defense. Right, and they struck several potential jurors for expressing the inability to find guilt or innocence based upon him testifying himself. Right. So because and you have a right not to testify. Right. That's correct. You don't have the duty to testify. But what I'm saying is when you're presenting a self-defense case, you better paint that picture. If you're not testifying, then your defense team better paint that picture vividly that you had no other recourse other than to use deadly force in that situation, right? Because it couldn't have been. What I'm saying is what Taz was expressing is multiple assailants, right? Okay, that's a justified reason. If it's me going up against 4 people, I'm justified in using deadly force. But I have to articulate that either through video or through testimony, right? And we found
Hunter
out.
said himself he was involved when he was doing those interviews before. When in the beginning of this, he incriminated himself, and said how he was involved. But somehow, conveniently, all the witnesses forgot that part of the confrontation. So I think that's the sort of thing that makes it obvious that those witnesses were being dishonest. And I also, again, think that's pointing to the defective counsel, because why isn't Karmelo's attorney bringing up what Hunter said out of his own mouth? I know the attorney saw those interviews of him saying he was involved in the verbal altercation and accosting of Karmelo Anthony.
Now, Shadow will be able to answer this honestly. Shadow.
Yes.
So are you justified in self-defense based upon verbal attacks? Yes or no?
But hold on, no. But there's a caveat to that. Depending on what that verbal altercation was. Like,
right,
example.
I was going to say it depends on what they're saying to you. If you're threatening to kill
like if me and Kim are sitting if me and Kim are sitting across each other, and I'm telling her, "Hey, if you keep talking to me, I'm going to X you off." She can then feel justifiable mortal danger. So yes, some words can in fact increase or reach that threshold.
Right. They have to. So if in other words, if they tell you they're going to delete you and then they make a movement that suggests they have the opportunity and means to do so, then you can be justified, correct?
No. You added another layer that wasn't necessary.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm talking about according to the statute.
Right, and I'm talking about according to the statute too.
Right.
You have to have a justified belief.
If it's verbal alone, can you use deadly force? Yes or no?
No. But if you have a reasonable belief, no, there is a but.
Okay.
If you have a reasonable belief, okay.
Pull up the statute.
All right, let's play that game then.
Yeah, pull up the statute. I got you. And show me.
I got you.
In any place where it says
I got you.
You can use
deadly force. Don't worry, bro. I got you.
Verbal altercation.
Don't worry, I got you. Because the word reasonable articulation of danger is actually where that is.
Okay, and I can show you where it says if it's verbal only, you don't have a case.
Okay, but can you also show me that if that verbal threat actually is reasonable? Because again, it's a reasonable threat. I don't know why you're so hell-bent on trying to prove this man was guilty. I'm telling you, You got to use the, and you know this phrase, the totality of the circumstances, right? So you understand what that means. That means, so based on everything that we know for sure, one, that he was sitting down, two, that four people came up to him and then began accosting him, three, he had two physical threats and multiple verbal threats that he engaged in, but they engaged in it first. So again, with all that being said, the totality of the circumstances would actually make it look as if he was actually in danger. I'm
So,
trying to
Cuzzo,
understand if you're
pull
asking
up,
us.
pull up Texas
I,
Penal Code 931, subsection 3.
Ultra Instinct Brownsville. He can dodge anything.
Pull up Texas Penal Code 931, subsection 3.
Because also 932 is actually the one you were supposed to be looking at. But I understand that that would challenge your argument, and you wouldn't like that. So, because it's actually the justified use of deadly force, which is what this case would have been over. But I guess it's in the culture to be destructive against Black people.
I mean, what I'm saying is you're speaking incorrectly because we're talking about a verbal altercation,
I'm
right?
telling
So
you,
a
I'm telling
verbal
you, you're talking
altercation
about the words,
alone,
and I'm telling you, it's not alone. You're trying to
there's
make it
nothing
alone because you're
anybody
trying to
can say.
justify your argument.
No, but what I'm saying is, even in your state,
Taz articulated it perfectly. Taz articulated it perfectly when he explained exactly why it's not just words. But instead of understanding that, you're still trying to argue that it was just words when Taz explained the entire circumstance. Now, make that make sense, sir. Use the totality of the circumstance. I know you know what it means, so I'm asking you to actually look at, from an objective point of view, what the totality of the circumstances said. Explain that to me.
I'm looking up. I'm trying to find the. I'm in justice law now. Trying to find the subsection.
Subsection 32.
No,
So
he
go to
said
title. Yeah, you got to go to title.
title two, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Title two.
The crimes, subsection 9, subcode 32. You want me to send you the
Angry
direct link?
Snowman, why you keep saying the amount of Black people defending that's ridiculous. What you saying, Angry Man? The amount of people that's on the other side as well. Was you just Angry Snowman? Was you just hanging around a group of people that was arguing the other side? So why are you saying these things? That's crazy. People just be wanting to, I don't know. It's a little weird sometimes. All right. AM Cadet 7578. This Josh guy is such a snake. On another channel, he was pretending to be reasonable and even arguing against people that was pushing for this Karmelo kid to be convicted for the maximum. PH Diva. The verbal side, Efrana find out. Fadas, y'all arguing with police about self-defense. You know they need you to be practically deleted before they even do anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of women in prison right now for deleting their abusers. They're in prison. So the justice system is really screwed up.
Hold on. Let me share a different screen.
And Sharon, just as a bonus, whenever you do go through it, can you please go to 932? Because it's actually the deadly force thing, which is how you do stand your ground. That's actually the statute that his lawyer should have argued, which is why I'm saying it was ineffective assistance of counsel. There's five. He can go all the way up to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. He's going to go through the direct appeal in the county or in the state. He's going to go through the Supreme Court, then the United States District Court in the Eastern District of Texas, and then the Fifth Circuit. That's just how this game works.
Okay, hold on. All right, so what part of this you want me to read?
He said subsection. Oh, he said part 3. Wait, Brownsville, are you still there? I don't know if you're still there, but he said part 3. It was a section that says verbal is not simple. Verbal is not enough.
And if you go down where it says the use of deadly force is not justified, and it gives reasons under that.
All right, the use of force to resist an arrest.
The use of force against another is not justified. Go down to that one. It's going to be after the number 3, subsection B.
Can I ask a question while y'all looking for that, if anybody knows? In the Ahmaud Arbery case, didn't it take like a while for them to arrest his murderers, like some weeks?
And sentence them after the trial. Yeah.
Okay, so, hold on. It says it right here. You see it?
Go ahead and read it, cuzzo.
In response to verbal provocation alone, the use of force against another is not justified. Right there.
Okay, so it says alone.
It's a
right?
difference between verbal provocation and threatening to kill me.
Right. Hold up. It's verbal provocation alone. That's the word that Brownsville keeps ignoring. Taz laid out very clearly. Huh?
But that's what Cuz was saying. That's what he specifically said that.
No, I know. And I agreed when he said that. But what I said is now you have to look at the totality of the circumstance. And every time I brought that up, Cuz hasn't said anything about it. He keeps skipping it as if he doesn't understand what I'm asking. So Brownsville, I'm now going to ask you again, as someone who has to look at the totality of everything you do every day. Talk to me about the totality of the circumstance that was present at the time of that attack.
Well, that was on Karmelo Anthony's defense team to paint that picture. Once again, right? You're ignoring
Brownsville,
that
I'm
part.
asking you. Brownsville, I'm not asking his lawyer. I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you, right, that was beholden upon Karmelo Anthony's defense team to paint that picture, right? That Austin was physically provocating against him, right? But others were also verbally, and they were cornering him and all of those different kind of things. They surrounded him. You got to paint that picture. You got to paint a picture which justifies your use of the force that you use, right?
I understand that, Brownsville. Me and you aren't even arguing against that with each other. I'm asking you something specific because I need to understand, because you've said something different twice now, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying now. Because at first you're saying at no point he should have tried to look for a way to leave. Then we brought up the stand your ground. Then we brought up the fact that he didn't have to retreat. And then you're like, well, he should have just fought them. Then we're like, well, he was surrounded. And you're like, well, it was just a verbal altercation. You keep looking for reasons to take it away from him. And I'm asking you now, I'm asking you to look at the totality of the circumstances and what happened with that entire situation. And the reason I'm asking you to objectively look at it is because now you're saying, well, his lawyer should have made that argument. But I'm telling you, his lawyer didn't. And that's how come. But he had full grounds to.
So let me answer your question, right? And I'm going to answer your question not from a professional basis, but from a basis as a father, right? My son just turned 17 today. If he went to a track meet and he was sitting on bleachers of another team under another team's tent, and they wanted him to leave, right? And there was some guys pushing and shoving him. What I taught him to do is defend himself, number one. I gave him the means and know-how to defend himself by training him in boxing, right? And number two, I taught him de-escalation techniques, right? So what I would expect my son to do is first attempt to de-escalate the situation. If he did not have the ability to de-escalate the situation, then I taught him to protect himself, right? So with a shove or a push, I taught my son how to throw a jab, how to throw a cross, how to throw a left hook, how to throw a right hook, how to throw an uppercut, how to stick and move, how to pivot, etc., right? So if he had to defend himself against one of the Metcalf brothers, he would have been able to do so with his hands. And he would have been justified in doing so.
Okay, so I understand what you're coming from. Now let me counter you with what I'm gonna say. Okay. So I appreciate you spelling that out. Number one, in the situation where he was sitting down, he was approached by 4 aggressors. He was surrounded by a hostile territory. Whether he was able to fight one of them off or not, my thing that I tell my son on a regular basis, as someone who teaches him to fight as well, is whatever it takes, make sure you come home. Everything else we'll deal with later. De-escalation only works when you aren't dealing with bullies who are intent to abuse you. And now that you're trying to make sure that you're no longer being abused, if you can't escape, do what it takes for you to get out of there, regardless of what that is. Because my interest is your safety, not theirs.
Right.
That's the difference in our conversation.
If what it took, Shadow, and what it took to get out of there is for you to just walk out of there and come down off of those bleachers and come out of that tent and get a little wet in the rain, that would have been my expectation, right? That would have been the first thing I would have asked them. Hey, was there a way for you to get out of that situation by leaving those bleachers and go over to some other bleachers, go over to another tent? Was that decision there? Right? That would have been my first question.
I agree with that.
Right? And then my second question would have been, hey, if that wasn't there, did you utilize what I taught you?
Okay, so now let's get back into this, right? I like where you're coming from. So number one, he was actually they were on school property. Those tents are actually public use. Is that a fair statement?
What?
They were on school property. They were at an event that he was competing at. Those tents were fair use of that event. Would you say that is true or false?
That's true.
Okay, so he was sitting somewhere he was supposed to be, and people were trying to force him to leave, despite the fact that they had no right to tell him to leave. Is that a fair point?
That's a fair point.
So now he, who was not in the wrong, is being accosted by people who were in the wrong. And because he did not move, because he did not have to, because he wasn't out of pocket, he was actually doing what he was supposed to be doing. He was invited there, sat down where he was invited, and then responded in kind.
Well, no, he didn't respond in kind. That's where we disagree, right? Because what he
the first thing they said to him is get the hold up.
In that moment, Shadow, what he was justified in doing, what everything you just said, he could have put Austin on his backside by a good right hook, right?
But Austin didn't come by himself.
Let me go further.
My bad.
Let me go further, Shadow, let me go further. If he would have hit Austin with the right hook, and let's say Austin fell and hit his head on the bleachers, and he died that way, Now he's completely justified in the force that he used. He met force with force. You push me? Okay, now I'm trying to get out of there. The only way for me to get out of there, boom, I gotta hit you with this right hook. Now, when he hit him with the right hook, he didn't know what was gonna happen, but he used a measurable, acceptable level of force that any reasonable person would have said, yeah, he responded
Yeah,
the
but
right
no.
way.
Obviously, what's reasonable is again up to people's opinion. There's no one reasonable. It's up to people's opinion. As Diva gave the example earlier, Daniel Penny. So
Yeah, but
12
Queen,
people decided that was reasonable for him to choke the man to death. Well, I'm sure a lot of people disagreed. You could have found 12 more people that said, no, that's ridiculous.
right. There's 12 reasonables.
Let me read
In
this.
Carmelo
Let me read this
Anthony's
super
case,
chat
there's
real quick.
12 reasonables.
Let me read this. Raheem Ali, 206, aka Happy Man, with the $5. Death before dishonor, cuzzo. Don't forget our code. Wake up and lead, killer. And also, we on Lock Nation with the $5. Brownsville, you know what you're telling black people is every time a white man says jump, you say ha ha in that situation.
I don't understand why. And this is my problem, man. Like, we gotta get out of this idea that we can't just take a loss. Right? Like, I tell my son, sometimes the most difficult thing to do is to walk away from a situation that you know you can win. Right? If you know, okay, you good with your hands and you have the ability to really do some damage, have enough discipline to just walk away. Right? Have enough discipline to show some grace, show some mercy. But black people, for some strange reason, it's almost like we promote this idea that we always have something to prove. And when we have that mentality, we're leading our young people astray, right? Because it's okay to walk away and let them have the glory of forcing you out of the tent in that moment. Right? What did you really lose? You lost because you walked away, but what did you really lose?
Yeah, but you're only saying that because you're black. White people don't have to
Yeah,
think like that. White
right.
people don't have this
Brownsville, I'm sorry, Kim.
mind frame of walking on eggshells around us, because like Diva said, you're basically saying the white people don't have to walk on eggshells because people like yourself are going to make sure that they're comfortable in their bullying and attacks because they know that you're teaching your kid to obey them.
I'm teaching my kid the same way Tupac rap is how to be black in a white man's world.
But Brownsville,
Go
what you're
listen
telling me,
to that song. Go listen
hold
to
on,
that song so you can
Brownsville,
understand, yes, there
Brownsville,
are
what you're
two
telling
different
us,
standards. Hold on. We're not gonna, mince words here. Is it wrong? Yes, it's wrong. But it's true. There's two different standards, right? A white father would never have to tell his white son how to behave if he
yeah.
stopped by the police in a vehicle. But I had to have that conversation when I bought my son a car. I had to have that conversation. My son drives. And I had to tell him, listen, if you get stopped by the police, 10 and 2, and follow every instruction that police officer gives you. Don't talk back. Don't argue with him. Follow the instructions and call me. That's what I tell them. And that's what black fathers have to tell their black sons that white fathers don't have to tell their white sons. Is it right? No. But it's the way that we can go home. It's true. Yes, racial injustice still exists. Racial oppression is still a thing. All things aren't created equal.
But Brownsville, Metcalf
froze. Shadow.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. We're gonna let KT get a
I
chance
don't
to
give a
jump in
fuck
there,
who
and
you
then
are. Oh,
that's
sorry.
crazy. That
You
was
have no
crazy.
idea what you said, but we heard cuss
Yeah.
words. Just to let you know,
Oh
BJ.
no, I'm sorry. What I was saying
that
was,
that was crazy.
so you're saying that just because Metcalf was not a cop, he was a random white kid bullying on a black kid, and you're saying that that black kid should have just listened to the white boy and got up and left, and then he wouldn't have got in trouble, despite the fact that he was the one being bullied. That's not okay. I can't co-sign that, bro. I understand when we're dealing with cops, but we weren't dealing with cops. We were dealing with a bully. And if you're saying that I need to tell all my black children and every black child I end up teaching that if a white person comes up and harasses you, you need to be okay with that. I'm sorry, no offense, bro, but F you. I'm not gonna do that.
All
Because
right. Let
I
me
don't
get.
believe they need to be abused.
And it's not even about white or black for me, right? I work with somebody. Now listen to this. I work with somebody in my profession who recently, just a couple of years ago, he lost his teenage son to gun violence, right?
Damn.
Son was in high school, right? He taught his son just like I taught my son how to fight in that boxing gym, right? A kid was caught himself trying to bully him because sons of that cloth get bullied, right? For who their father is. You know what I'm saying? What their father does, and et cetera, right? So his son pretty much gave him a 3-4 piece, knocked him out, embarrassed him outside of the school, right? Because they were involved in a physical altercation. He didn't like it. He didn't want, he accosted his son for doing that, right? But his son was justified because they were in the mix of being bullied, and he responded physically with his hands, right? Then about 4 months later, this recently happened, just a couple of years ago. About 4 months later, the kid that his son embarrassed took his life with a gun at a public park.
I guess that's the point that we making. You asking young black kids to have a lose-lose situation, right? Let's say if he would have knocked out this young white boy and beat him up in front of his friends, it still could have been things to retaliate to make him lose his life. Like when we
Right.
start talking about, I'm just saying, when we start talking about self-defense, and we start saying, hey, little black boys, you got to walk on these eggshells, it's definitely very damaging to, first of all, how they see the world, and second of all, how they're going to respond to situations. Remember, we come from a world in America where white people was doing all kind of stuff. They was hating black people. They was doing all these crazy stuff, and people accepted it for years. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Brownsville, but it's very dangerous for us to teach this and to program this into our mindset that we should not fight back.
So what are you saying? So you're saying it's dangerous to teach your children to de-escalate
It's
a situation?
it's dangerous for us to tell our kids that are being bullied by somebody else to be able, because I understand how kids think. If you let kids get away with bullying you, guess what? It come back 10 times worse. We all seen Friday. Debo was terrorizing all of them. Everybody was letting it go. Until Craig picked up that brick and knocked Debo across his head, he was going to terrorize them.
So let me
So
let
this,
me
I,
ask you this, Eat Man. Let me ask you a serious question, and please give me a serious answer, right? Let's say you are an exceptional fighter, right? You're very confident in your ability to defend yourself. And let's say somebody else comes over to you and your establishment and try to bully you, right? And you choose to just de-escalate that situation and not respond with violence. Hey, am I back, Cuzzo? Am I back?
we
Yeah,
can
you're back.
So let's say Eat Man, you choose to not respond with violence, right? Are you saying that you're going to feel less confident because you chose not to respond in violence and you chose to walk away or de-escalate?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm telling you is, say if I walked away, say I got an establishment, we see extortion happening in real time in America, right? A gangster show up to somebody and they walk away and they choose the better path. You know what they do? They come back to that establishment over and over and over again. And they keep trying to extort you. That's what I'm telling you. If you understand the nature, especially of a bully, when you lay down the way that you see and just walk away, the bullying don't stop there. What they do is they say, oh, he's a punk. He's a pussy. I'm going to keep trying to extort him as much as I possibly can. We hear stories about this in the prison system. We hear stories about this, about literally companies, stores in California who got to pay gangsters just for their quote unquote safety. I'm telling you, bullies don't think like, oh, just because you laid down that they're going to leave you alone. This is what
You
my
didn't
dad
answer
taught
my
me.
question honestly, right? Because
No,
you answered a
it's not
different
gonna.
question.
It's not gonna hurt my pride. It's not gonna hurt my pride. But I'm telling you, I'm not gonna sit around and let somebody keep coming back and bullying me.
And you
My
added
dad,
that, right? You added, oh, they if what if they keep coming back? You added a whataboutism. I'm talking about a one-time situation where you choose to walk away
you should
instead
walk.
of, you know,
Cool. I'm agreeing with that. We should walk away, but I'm just telling you the mindset of bullies. Bullies don't just let stuff go just because you walked away. They say, okay, he's soft. He ain't gonna do nothing about it. I'm gonna keep doing this over and over and over again.
so
And
do
I'm
you
just
believe that bullies reap what they sow eventually?
the bully. No,
So you don't believe that bullies eventually reap what they sow?
no,
Wow. Okay.
I don't. I'm still waiting for white people to reap what they sowed. They've
And
been
I'm
sowing
still
for.
waiting on Trump to reap what he sowed.
Yeah, like eventually, are we saying that they eventually gonna die? We all gonna die. So I guess we all reap what we sow at some point in time. But this idea that you gonna just somebody else is gonna handle your problem is crazy to me. Nah, check this out. I remember when I first opened up my business, some crazy dudes came over there and I stood up to them. Like, I'm not about to pay you no money. I'm not about to do all this crazy stuff. I am not going. And if I'm in a situation kind of like Karmelo, and they say, well, now here another black man locked up, cool. I'd rather be locked up than dead. I'd rather be locked up than extorted. I'm like at some point, black men got to be at a point where, hey, prison ain't the worst thing, especially
He was
somebody.
at a track meet. Eat a man. Eat a man.
I'm
Come
just having
on,
a
man. I
conversation.
mean, what you're saying is ridiculous. The young man was at a track meet. Hold on. The young man was at a track meet underneath another team's tent, right? Let's keep it in perspective and not add all of these other what about isms to make it seem like what you're saying is right. You're right. Okay, I'm going to say it. Eat a man. You're right. Don't let nobody come to your establishment and extort you or bully you out of what's yours. That wasn't this situation, though. And if you believe
Yes,
it's
it was.
okay,
Yes, it was. They were
if
trying to
you
bully
believe
him
it's
out of
okay,
his American
Hold on,
human
both of
right
y'all.
to
Hold
just
on,
sit
let him
there.
finish. Hold on, y'all. Let him finish his thought. We'll let either man
the
and browser finish.
situation was at a track meet. He's underneath another team's tent and they don't want him there. And they're trying to bully him out of there. And they're pushing and shoving him. Okay, if he responds with what his daddy taught him to how to respond, and he knocked one of them out and then walk away, that's understandable. That's justified in the situation, right? But it shouldn't go no further than that. In the first response, if you already are confident in your ability to defend yourself, then it's okay to walk away. It's okay to de-escalate situations. Every situation doesn't have to escalate to a level of violence, especially a significant level of violence. That's all I'm saying. Our young people, right? We hear about what's happening in Chicago. We hear about what's happening in Washington, D.C. We hear about what's happening in LA, all of the inner cities within our country, right? To where our young people are just choosing to escalate violence because they don't want to be the one to take a L. I think that's wrong. I think we're acting too emotionally, and we should be teaching our young people to act with more logic, right? Figure out a way. If you're telling your kid, Shadow, eat a man, if you got a son that's driving, and you're telling him it's okay. Listen, if you're in the right, he racially profiled you, he pulled you over for no reason, you in the right to argue with him, get out of the car and say your piece and do whatever. That's the wrong information to say, even though they're right, even though, yeah, the stop may have been unjustified, but I want my son to come home so we can fight it another way.
Well, I want to be clear. I teach my
Let me
kids
read
to
this real
respect.
quick. It's
Go ahead.
really quick, man. Raheem, aka Happy Man. Better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6. Shit. Go ahead, eat a man.
I want to be clear. I tell my kids to respect authority. If my kids interacting with a teacher, if they interaction with a police officer, that's different from some kid their age trying to be the authority figure over them. That's what I keep trying to help you understand. If this was an interaction with an adult, I would have been like, hey, I get what you're saying. If the coach came over there and the coach asked him to leave the tent and he was acting this way with a coach, I would have been like, cool. Nobody, that kid, quote unquote, that lost his life was not the authority figure. That's the point that I'm saying. So why do we got to look at their kids like they're authority over our kids? Listen to what we say as black people. This is programming. That my kid gotta look at another 17-year-old like he's a police officer, like he's a teacher, like he's a coach. No, these two people are equal. That 17-year-old kid should have went to go get an adult because that's what you telling your kid to go do. Why we ain't telling the white boy he should have went to go get an adult and kept his hands to himself. That's the point that I'm saying is we as black people gonna keep telling black kids that they gotta take the hierarchy or the high road. And guess what? This whole situation could have been prevented if his parents would have told him the same things.
So you sound crazy for one, but for two, what I'm drawing equivalence to is not that the kids have authority over your son, right? That's incorrect. That's illogical. Of course, the kids don't have authority over your son, right? And I'm not teaching that as well. But where those two things align is there's a double standard when it comes to the justice system. So regardless, even if Karmelo was in the right and using the deadly force, and I don't, here's the thing: he used the knife when he should have used the fist. That's the truth. And the reality is,
you agree
right?
You agree that's the truth because he's black. Because I believe
no.
Absolutely. If these races was opposite, I think people would be justifying
when it comes to humanity. Hold on, it don't have nothing to do with black or white, right? In humanity, right? If I come and me and you meet in public, right? And I say, listen, we gonna fight, and you pull out a knife, you are not justified in doing so. So what I'm saying,
you keep breaking it down to one-on-one. It was not one-on-one. Stop saying that. You're minimizing what actually happened.
Hold on, Shadow. Let Eda Man get the first response, and I'm gonna bring you in, Shadow, so you can have the conversation as well. Go ahead, Eda Man.
So I think
it's the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Goddamn. It says CJ Brooks, facts and receipts, 20 odds. Bah! Eda Man. Sheesh. Okay, I
It's
guess
not about
shout
it's not about programming your children to obey white authority, right? I hope that's not what y'all are really getting from what I'm saying, right? It's about teaching your children a more intelligent way to move and to respond and react to these kind of situations where they could find themselves, their fate being decided by somebody who isn't aligned with them. That's what I'm trying to minimize. And that's what I think we all should try to minimize, right? Of course,
I
teach
mean,
your son how to fight, how to defend himself. That's what I'm saying. If he would have defended himself properly, or if he had the confidence, the know-how to defend himself properly, he would have never even thought to utilize a knife in that situation. It would have been beam back boom. And then Austin would have been laying on the floor and he could have been walking out of there. And we would have never even heard of this case. It's the thought that we want to teach our kids to just go out and just take them out and answer questions later. I'd rather be judged by 12 and carried by 6. Yes, if you in a situation to where that's possible, but we know in a track meet, in that all of us have been in that situation in some way, shape, or form. Cuzzle, how many times have you been in the Karmelo Anthony situation?
A couple of times. I got my ass jumped more than a handful of times.
And you live to tell a story, right?
I did.
Do you have any regrets that you didn't use a knife or use a gun to defend yourself in those situations?
look, you know, off that way he's saying this, he know he wanted to stab at least one of them. He was like, "Nah, I should have got bro up out of here."
I'm asking.
What I would say, what I would say is this: I did. Luckily, somebody was there and they stopped me from doing what KT did. So I would say that they stopped me from doing what KT did in like 2 situations, and luckily that did happen that way because even though I got jumped on those 2 occasions, they called police on me even though I got jumped. So
right, but you're here now. You're a father, and you're able to tell the story, right? And I wish, as a father of a son that just turned 17 today, I wish Karmelo Anthony was in position to tell his story. I wish Karmelo Anthony was able to hit the panel and say, yeah, he stepped up to me, I dropped him, walked away, and that's how you handle a situation like this. I wish that was the case. And I think as fathers, we need to do a better job with teaching and training. All this stuff Shadow talking about in terms of taking 4 or 5 of them out and all this stuff, no, that's not going to work. It's never going to work.
I do have to ask
So
you though.
I'm gonna
too.
go ahead
I mean,
and stand. Hold up, Casey.
Let me ask something
Sorry,
real quick,
never mind.
shout out, because you know I've been quiet, I've been chilling for real. My whole thing and why I've kind of been quiet is I get everything you saying, right? But what you saying, like, again, I'm just asking. Are you saying we should teach our kids how to box and now they're illegally using their hands to defend themselves? Then you're also talking about a situation amongst us and our people. Even what you were saying with Sharon, I get it, but he ain't never been drunk by no group of white people. And especially like the South is pretty racist. Like black people got a high level of concern against white people with very good reason. Because what you're saying, again, I understand it, but we've seen why black kids have not done anything physical. The white person has still killed them. And then now they're saying, well, he shouldn't have had a hoodie on. Like it can't just always be on the black people to sit there and say, well, we have to be above it. Because they're clearly showing they're not above, underneath, whatever we want to do. They're not getting the same. White children are not being taught. Don't be out here calling them black kid N-words. They like, hey man, he's just a kid. You know what I'm saying? Come on, he just a little white kid saying the N-word. Now, if you go out here and say some stuff, if we teach our children to be that way, you know what I'm saying? We can't, again, like you even said, we're not going to teach our children to be that way. So I'm just saying, like, how long, like Taz was saying earlier, how long or when do we finally stop saying, like, let's stop trying to teach ourselves better and period, and just say, well, it's on us to teach ourselves better, and then actually ask for the same equivalency they get, right? Whatever white kids can make mistakes. They could sell drugs as kids, and you know what? They were just a kid. They were making a little decision. That's not how our black children are. So that's why I keep asking. I just don't get it in terms of, like, that actually hasn't worked in our world, what you're saying. Like, teach our children better than this. Because I think most of us do. We do teach our kids to fight. We do teach our kids to don't kill this man at first. Not saying it doesn't happen, but I do think these are all things we already are teaching our kids and being for a while, right?
KT, we're less than 200 years from slavery, right?
Yes, sir.
So the power dynamics is what it is. And our forefathers, right? Our civil rights leaders, the people who we still look up to this day, showed us the better way forward is to outsmart them, outthink them, and show that we can have more discipline. Show that we can have the ability to regulate our emotions and on a higher level. Show that we can present ourselves with more discipline. Right? That is the way we make inroads in terms of getting the freedoms and you know, the privileges, the rights that we desire, right? It's not by going down to the level of degeneracy that we're facing, right? And I think since that era, since the era of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and the civil rights leaders who led us to where we are now, there's been a decrease in our mentality, our mental fortitude, right? Pride has pretty much been our number one on the value system. It's about our egos. And what I'm saying is that is the road to destruction.
Groundsville, I need to address you because I need you to understand what you're telling everybody listening to you from here and in the future. And here's what I'm hearing from you exactly. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to explain to you exactly what I'm hearing. You're saying, hey, these white people are degenerates and they have the right to do whatever they want to you. It's your responsibility to be above that. Don't do anything to them if they do something to you. Put your head up and walk away. Because if you don't, if you respond, if you try to defend yourself, and if you try to stand on the abuse that you're going through, they will punish you for it because they have the power and you don't. And Brownsville, I cannot accept that. Even if I were to accept the fact that no matter what we do, we cannot stand on it, I cannot tell these black children, I can't tell any children that it's okay to be abused ever. I cannot tell people that no matter what you do, you're just going to keep losing. And so if they come and rob you, if they come and steal from you, if they come and take people you love, you can't do shit about it. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not going to just sit there and smile as they do it. So yes, that family would have been carrying 2 people that day, not just one. And I know you say that's crazy, but guess what? That's 2 less bullies that ever have to abuse another black child. And I made sure it happened. I'll take that elbow, sir.
And me personally, I just want to throw in there. I ain't gonna make this too much longer. But let me go.
Before you go, PZ ain't going with the 5 of Brownsville. Only one population of enslaved people ever liberated themselves. That's Haiti, and it was not by working with the system.
And look at Haiti today. Haiti's one of the most. Listen, Haiti's one of the most poorest islands on the face of the earth. I've been to Haiti, right? It's deplorable. The people of Haiti that's living there, it's one of the worst places in the world to live in. So don't use Haiti as the means and ways that we need to go, because everybody in Haiti, they're trying to get out of Haiti. Go to Haiti and then come back and tell me that we should do things the way the Haitians did. Peace and love.
Yeah, KT.
I just want to say I'm using the basis of what you use, which is our older ancestors, right? The Martin Luther's, the Malcolm X's. I think the biggest thing that people try to leave out ain't even about military joint, because let's be very frank, Malcolm X and Martin Luther both had detractors out of black people. Most of us wanted. That's why they were the same. They were in the same group of opposite sides, and a bunch of us agreed with them on different bases. I won't say it's a military thing. What it is your ability and willing to sacrifice. Because y'all, no offense, I don't hear nobody in this day and age ever talk about I'll die for that shit. Guess what? Whether or not I agree with Malcolm Luther, MLK or not, they said, look, we will let y'all kill us before we'll let y'all sit there and actually y'all look, we may not fight y'all back, but if y'all ain't gonna outright kill us, then it don't matter to us. Y'all can throw us in jail, y'all can kill it, y'all can do whatever y'all want. We now be talking about, well, what's the best interest so your baby don't have to go through nothing. And that's why we keep going through something, in my opinion. We keep trying to move into, we're talking about how we have accepted the white ideology, whether or not we would like to admit it. Because we're now trying to side on why you just got to be black. You got to adhere to what white people want a black person to be in order for us to make it. And what's wrong with that? That's the argument I hear a lot now, right? Like, well, if you're going to go to jail, you shouldn't be doing that because that's stupid shit. It put you in jail. Again, Malcolm X, Martin Luther, they've been in jail. Are they stupid people? Will we ever say that? No. But it's just now today we kind of have this thing where it's like we stand on our feelings harshly, but we don't stand on any sensible point.
But KT, even Malcolm said any means necessary.
No, for sure, and that's what I'm saying. Even Malcolm X. I mean, even MLK said, if a law is does not make sense, it's our obligations to break the unsensible laws. That's what the pacifists in either one of those two say. So that's what I'm saying. We got it in our mind today of. It's just things should just be how they should be, and we ain't got to put no work in or do nothing. We just need to follow the rules, and we'll get where we want to go. But I don't know how long we could do that before we start saying, well, maybe that's not the best choice. I'm sorry, I'm with the Karmelo kid at this point, like point blank period, 100%. Because again, Zimmerman did almost the same thing, and he's a free man. Chow and them they had far less reason or explanation of why they used a murderous intent against these people, and they're walking free. I'm not about to sit up here and now get here and talk about but this black boy should have been obeying the school rules because that supersedes the law. Like, but we making any excuses of why we can't just be, why we just got to do anything but adhere to what they say, and it's harmful to me. It's crazy now.
And it's a step further because Brownsville had he done what you said and just swung off on Austin and then his friends stomped him out, you would have been saying, well, at least he tried fighting. But yeah, no, bro, I'm tired of us being reactive. Hey, I warned you, step the fuck back. Hey, you kept coming, final warning, do it again. Period.
Right.
He warned him, if you did something, it's over. He did. He was in the right. Sorry.
Peasy ain't going $5 because Haiti was punished for liberating themselves. It shows how inhumane our oppressors are.
And my brother Peasy, think about what you just said. There's no way for you to be punished if you truly liberated yourself. You see what I'm saying? They didn't liberate themselves. They just thought they had the illusion of liberation. But I guarantee you this, Peasy, you ain't going to live in Haiti. I challenge you. Say, you know what? Do what my cousin did. My cousin is in China right now. Go say you want to live in Haiti for 2 years and go live in Haiti for 2 years. Then come to panel, hit the panel and let us know how you living in Haiti. I bet you won't do it. because we talk all of this liberation talk, but we really don't want to, go through the necessary heartaches and pains to get the liberation. I hear KT talking all this stuff about, I'm with Karmelo Anthony, but KT ain't volunteering to do Karmelo Anthony 35 years.
Oh no, KT will do life. That's the difference. That's the difference between me and y'all. It ain't you talking about
You
whether or
ain't
not
doing life right now. You want to panel with me.
I've done juvenile life. I've
You
done
ain't
more time.
you
I've
ain't
done more
doing
time
life
in my
right
lifetime.
now.
Hold on. I've probably done most time in my lifetime than anybody on this
interjected on
panel.
me.
So you can't now say because I ain't currently in jail, that means that I'm not willing to do it. But that's the difference. I'm saying, y'all, you can't get up here and say you ain't did none of it,
brother,
but that's what y'all got to do.
And you interrupted me, right? So what I'm saying is, even when you hear your name called, you just can't help yourself but to respond emotionally. That shows me you ain't got what it takes to do no 50 years to life. You'll get ate up alive in there, my brother. That's why you want to panel with me, because you want to go straight and narrow. You want to live in West Virginia. You want to live the good life amongst the white folks. Ain't no black folks where you living, my brother. So cut the cap, man. Y'all capping on here, and it gotta stop. Like, listen, young people are listening to these conversations, right? And the stuff that you're saying, you're leading them astray. If they listen to you, they're going to end up like Karmelo Anthony. And that is wrong. My heart hurts for Karmelo Anthony.
I've been to Florence, USP. I've seen people with life sentences.
I'm sick to my stomach.
Stop playing that game, Brownsville.
I'm sick.
Nah, bro. Hey, hold up. I'm not gonna give him that.
No,
I'm
don't
not
let him
gonna
do
give
that.
him that,
Don't let him
bro.
do that, Josh. Because let's be honest. This is a man who never went to jail like that. Maybe did a weekend talking about what somebody else would do. I've done years. You've done years. This nigga's done weeks maybe. And then he's talking about what people would do in jail. Listen, again, as I always say, the people that y'all would look at, you, Brownsville in specific, look down and say, oh, these are the what's his names of our community. Well, those are the people who tend to stand up for our community more than you. Because you're an officer in our community, right? But what you're saying is subjugate whatever to the feeling of white people. Whatever makes them comfortable. If you're not making white people comfortable, then you're not right. That's what you're teaching. So don't tell me what's harmful. Because if you're saying, oh, it should be more black people that stand up for themselves when white people appear racist, and you say, oh, because he died, we shouldn't do that, that shows your lack of actual leadership. You are part of this thing of you don't stand on something. You stand hardly on, oh, this is what we should do, but you're really not gonna do anything in terms of even making that come to fruition, right? You're going to say we shouldn't go to jail. We have to follow the rules. We have to do all this. I'm perfectly fine with that, right? But again, when you're a person talking, you do understand that you're just a person talking. You saying how you want the world to work. I'm talking about in reality. I have done the time because I have bucked the system. No, duh, I'm older. I have children. I'm not trying to constantly be in jail. But my lady's right here in this room. She could tell you, bro, I still do plenty of legal shit. And I don't mean that in terms of like selling drugs. I'm just saying like, it is what it is. I still don't have a license, just being 100 with you. I literally just got my ID. I fairly always worked under the system. And I mean my ID literally this month. So that's what I'm saying. I fairly work outside the system. To make the claim of, oh, you ain't doing 50 is crazy. None of us are doing time. Does that mean you don't care and don't want change? I don't think so. I'm just saying we need to apply something different.
Choose violence regularly. I actively choose it. Fuck everything else everybody is talking about. Not you, Casey, because you already know, bro. But I actively am not afraid to fight. I enjoy violence. I enjoy fighting. That's the thing I was born to do. So for you to say, oh, you're not willing to throw your life away, I will throw my life away for my children for under any circumstance. I will burn this fucking city down for my child. Miss me with that. You're saying, oh, we need to subjugate to the white people. I'm telling you, fuck that noise. I'm telling you, no, we need to fight for us. If our people are in danger, I will fight for us. And what I'm saying is you're saying we need to bow down and take a knee. And I'm saying, fuck that noise. You joined them. I didn't.
And what I'm saying, and I'm going to respond to both of y'all brothers, and I'm going to show y'all how to do it with less emotion, right? Less profanity, less innuendo, right? So first of all, to my brother Shadow, You say you about this life and you an excellent fighter and you love fighting and all these different kind of things. My brother, we see you every day. And what we see you do every day is bow down to the white man's trash compactor, right? You literally are driving a truck and you're emptying out trash cans on white people's houses. You're bowing down to the system as we speak. Probably right now, you're in somebody's yard emptying out their trash. And you want to try to sit here and say that, oh, what Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and our ancestors did was for naught, that what they was teaching us to do, how to be more disciplined, how to be more educated, how to have the necessary tools to de-escalate situations and find smart solutions to complicated problems. You talking crazy, my brother. And you, KT the GOAT. Every time we give you an opportunity to speak to your leadership, the first thing that comes out of your mouth is criminality. I asked you, my brother, I said, hey, how did you help give back to your community? You know what you told me? Oh, I sold drugs and I gave some of the proceeds back to the poor.
You're lying.
Like you some Nino Brown type cat. Like y'all glorify what y'all see in these movies, and then y'all hit these panels and y'all try to personify it's delusions of grandeur. That's what you guys are. And we have to have honest conversations here, because literally it's not about me. It's not about you. It's not about Shadow. It's not about Cuzzo. It's about the younger generation coming up with Karmelo Anthony and after Karmelo Anthony. And we have to equip them with the ability to avoid getting into these types of situations and with the necessary tools on how to respond to these situations when they find themselves here. That's the problem. Because guess what? You ain't willing to go to prison right now. Because if you say you willing to go to prison right now, my response to you is get up and go. If you all about the cause and you all about overcoming white oppression, then I challenge you right now to get offline, go to your nearest white oppressor and take them out of this world and go to jail for life. But you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna do it. So stop the cap, my brother.
This nigga's a whole cop and he's
Peace and
telling
love.
people, bro, stop.
Hey,
Ain't
what's
no
up,
way.
everyone?
Ain't
Mind if
no
I jump
way
in a
you
little bit?
playing that.
After
Mind if
the
I jump in a
super
little bit?
chat,
I gotta run. How y'all
you,
doing?
Sharon. Wait,
We're
brother.
doing good, bro.
Sharon's about to read the super chat when he
Oh,
find out
okay,
who's
sorry about
you.
that.
I know y'all be forgetting that it's an actual show that we tried to run, and y'all just want to talk. But hey, I got y'all. I'm gonna bring. PZ ain't going $5. You missing the point. You cannot liberate yourself within a system your oppressor controls. You can't moral high ground your way to freedom.
I could answer that a little bit. One way to be free is to stay the hell out of jail, right? I got to give a heads up to and a shout out to Brownsville. Brownsville, you've been on point all day. You're showing a concerned father. You're showing common sense, right? When I send my kids out to school, I got one child in high school, one child in middle school, one child in elementary school. I tell them, I want you to come home today, right? It's just plain and simple. I don't want you to bring any weapons to school. I don't want you to have to shoot anybody or stab anybody, right? And that's what happened to Karmelo, right? His father and mother moved him to Frisco, Texas, so that to help him have a better future. And what he did some ghetto stuff, right?
This is crazy.
And a lot of you guys are ex-convicts that coming on here, right? With the ghetto stuff also.
I'm not an ex-convict.
All right? You don't. I know. Well, either man, you need to do better.
I am.
No, that's the
I'll
point
ask
that
you.
I'm
Hold on,
saying
hold
is
on, hold on.
that
You
he
don't-
doing all these strong
let him
man.
talk,
Hold on.
'cause we don't-
Hey,
Wait, hold on. I'm about to leave.
You grew up in the South, right, Ronald?
No, I grew up in New York. Then I went to
Exactly.
Virginia.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's
Okay,
what
so why the dude in
I'm
jail
so
right now?
tired.
Why the
Shut
dude
the
in
fuck
jail
up.
right
You're
now?
just talking.
Listen,
Why is he in
I'm
jail
so
right now for
tired of
35
people
years?
from the North. I'm so tired
Why
of
is
people
he
from
in
the
jail right now
North.
for 35 years if I don't know what I'm talking about? I
I'm
told
about
you
to
guys
tell you,
a year
listen, if you
ago.
willing, You,
Okay,
I'm
let me
telling
say
you,
something.
people from the North do not know how racist the South is.
Oh Lord.
Y'all have no clue. As we start having this conversation, me being from Georgia, I was like, you don't know how white people is in the South because you keep talking about like you could just walk away from shit. They don't let you walk away.
He had an option to walk away. He
No, he
did.
did.
And
I'm telling
yes, he
y'all, like you
did.
have no idea what you're talking about, Ronald. You
The
talking about
same
the
thing I
theories
said.
of the North.
Yo, the same thing I said last year. I was on all these different panels, and I said this guy should have walked away. And I said this guy gonna be found guilty. Now he's guilty, and he's gonna be having 35 years in jail. So don't say nobody don't understand, right? It's common sense. Whether you
Goofy
live in the
nigga, he
north,
couldn't
south,
walk
east, or
away.
west,
He was fucking
right?
surrounded. No, I'm telling
No,
you,
he
goofy ass
wasn't.
niggas coming up
They
here
told the
talking.
dude
Yes, he
15
was.
times to leave.
Hey,
So
goofy ass nigga,
the
did you
jails
see
tell him to
did you
leave.
see the initial video? Fuck that. Did you
Don't
see the
say
initial
nobody
video?
like goofy.
Hold on.
Did
It's
you
not
see the
about
initial
this.
Yeah, I'm
video?
calling you goofy, you goofy ass nigga.
Hold
Yes.
on.
Right?
Shadow.
You the damn
Let
jailbird
him finish.
with
Hold
no
on.
freaking
Let him
common
finish,
sense right
and then you.
now.
Yeah, bitch,
Hold
because I
on,
fight.
Ronald.
I
Hold
got my
on,
time for me,
Shadow.
you
Yeah,
goofy
that's
ass
why your
Hold
dumb
on,
bitch.
ass went to
Ronald.
jail for doing stupid stuff.
No, it's because I'm not a
Hold
pussy like
on.
you.
Hold on.
Oh ass
Hold
You're
nigga.
not a
on.
pussy.
Hold
This is
on.
crazy.
Hold on. We don't need it to turn into something that it shouldn't be. We having a good back and forth with everybody. Let's maintain it that way. Go ahead. Finish up your statement. Ronald, we're gonna let Shadow calm his ass down. Either man, you
All
right
right.
after Ronald. So y'all can
Like
finish up y'all back and forth.
like I said, I gotta leave in a moment. Brownsville was 100% correct. It's okay to lose a battle to win the war, right?
Yeah,
And
tuck your
what you
tail
guys are
and kick
speaking
rocks,
about,
bitch ass nigga.
Shadow.
and what you guys are keep on speaking about is, oh, I ain't gonna let a white man tell me something, right? It wasn't just white people telling this boy to leave, right? You think the track team is just full of white boys, right? He had a
That's how
whole
I
group of
know you
people
don't know
telling
what
him to
the fuck
leave.
you're talking about. Frisco is
Shadow,
74% white, you goofy ass nigga.
So you think the track team is just full of white people? You think so?
Are you this
Frisco
racist,
is
fam?
74.
Hold on,
This
hold
nigga's
on, hold on,
stupid.
hold on. Hold on. I need y'all to stop interrupting. Let Ronald and Edelman finish their conversation. Please stop interrupting.
And
We get a
stop being
chance to
like
respond to him as well. Go ahead, Ronald, finish it up. Edelman get a chance to finish his conversation, and then clearly, if you have enough time, Shadow got some smoke for your ass too. But I wanted you and Edelman to finish that conversation first. Go ahead. Ronald, then Edelman.
Okay. What I'm saying is we gotta lose some battles to win the war. And how you win the war is by not being in jail, by being home, right? This boy had a bright future, right? Just like there was two boys that made mistakes that day, right? The Metcalf boy, he should have never pushed him. He should have went and looked for a teacher or a coach or something, right? And also when it comes to Karmelo, he also made a great mistake by bringing the knife to school. You're not supposed to have any weapons to school. And that's the reason why they don't want to have, that's the reason why, according to school policy, you shouldn't be bringing weapons to school because kids do dumb things, right? And when you guys who are grown adults are okay with what the foolish thing that Karmelo did, right? Come on, man. Y'all got to do better than that. Karmelo was just 17. What's y'all excuse? Y'all in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, and y'all think it's okay to bring a knife to school and stab somebody because of a push? That's
I ask
all
you real quick?
ridiculous.
You
right?
you
Where's
was
the
a
common
part-
sense
Y'all,
here?
don't interrupt. All right. Good place to land it. We got to stop interrupting. Hold on. CJ Brooks, facts and receipts. Bye, Edelman. Let's go next. Najee, 70-60. Let Edelman stay. Taylor Bell with the $5. Fantastic show today, Sharon. Thank you. You are welcome. All right, go ahead, Edelman. You get a chance to respond.
So that's all I'm saying is that I'm learning that people in the North really don't understand the South. They don't understand. See, they don't deal with Northern white people so long that they don't understand that the Northern white man and the Southern white man is not the same. It's not even close to being the same. And I know, I remember going into these racist schools and playing football. I remember the whole environment being totally different. I'm telling you right now, if you lay down to these white people, you're gonna sign up for a life of bullying. Now, if I'm saying that this man should have stabbed him in the chest, I think hindsight 2020, we all can say that this young kid should have did it. But I learned something. Every time it's the black kid, we have the conversation on what the black kid could have did better. When we look at Child, the Asian man who shot him, asked the black kid was run away. Well, what did his parents say? Like, it don't matter what side we on. If we the victim and we're dying, or we the victim that we protecting ourselves, we always the excuse. And to hear other black men like Ronald say he could have did something different, he could have did this, that, and the third, it's always going to be something different. I can look back on Ronald's life right now and say, hey, you made bad decisions, you could have did something different, because it's easy to look back on the past and say what was the best step forward. I'm just telling you, in the South, you cannot take this level of disrespect. Do you remember that in the South, they still got sundown towns saying that you can't be outside as a black person at these certain, like, I'm just telling you, you're looking at this from a northern lens, and I promise you it's cloudy because the North have completely changed the way that y'all guys see things.
Okay, Edelman. So if you had to check, okay, so if you was Carmelo Anthony in that situation, what would you have done? Would you have changed anything? After Metcalf pushed him, what would you have done?
So I'm pretty sure that I would have got jumped. I done got jumped a lot in my life. I'm telling you right now. Usually in a situation like that, I done had a situation, somebody pushed me, I knock you out, your brother jump on me, and we don't understand in the South, the white people have this clan-like mentality, right? Like they believe in we here together and nobody gonna do nothing to ours, right? So I believe I would have got jumped. What's the extent? I'm here today. I got jumped a whole bunch of times and I survived, right? But I'm not just saying that since that happened to me, that it's going to be the reality. Even his brother says that we approached him to intimidate him. But without a doubt, Ronald, I think I would have fought. I would have got jumped. I'm pretty sure as a black man, I still would have been in wrong and I still would have got expelled from school. All the things still would have equal as I am the person that's in fault, Ronald, even if I decided to fight.
Well, I'm okay with that. The biggest thing is if you had a weapon on you, you didn't say I was going to put it out and use it on him. That's the biggest thing, right? Because kids fight all the time. Most of us got in fights in school, right? But at the end of the day, we still here. I'm 49 years old. I know you in your 30s, right? At least we still here, right? But if we would have done something different, we probably would be in jail right now. And that's the moral of the story.
But no,
right?
but
At least we still here.
No, this the point that I'm saying is as they was jumping me. Hold on one second, K-Joe. As they was jumping me, say if it went my way, somebody might would have got stabbed. That's the point that I'm saying. Even in your scenario, if I fought first, it's a possibility. If I had 8 people jumping on me with a knife, I'm gonna do something to get those people off me. I don't know why we tell black people just to take abuse, just get beat up. You'll live from it another day. It is crazy, Rondo, that we always gotta lay down.
And remember, in this situation,
Ronald, hold up. You also hold
go
up.
ahead,
Let me say this real quick. You also leaving out the fact that like most of the time when white people are doing these atrocities to black people, remember they're literally saying Trayvon got hurt because he had a black hoodie on and I was threatened. There was no actual physical thing, and a lot of times, right, the police shooting unarmed black people. Oh, we thought he had a gun. We talking about literal children with plastic guns, and they say, "Oh, it looked like one, therefore we murked them," and they got away within the court of law because they were like, "Well, that is reasonable. You thought it was a gun." So that's what I'm saying. It's weird here that we have a white kid that's literally saying they're admitting we came to intimidate him. They're admitting we came to really come and do something, and it's a whole group of people around him. And like he is saying, I'm still in the South, bro. This is it's never stopped being racist.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. Hello to everybody. I'll make it quick.
What's up, Sway?
Mainly, I mean, I think everyone's making correct points, which is why it's so hard to really argue against each other. I think we're more so arguing past each other at this point. But I do so lean towards more what Edom's sentiment is, just based on two things. One, I think a lot of times people get lost in thinking the United States is just, it is a country in itself, but we get lost to not realize that our states are as big as most countries in the globe. And so there are different customs and cultures and things that happen just like you would see anywhere across the world. We just compartmentalize it differently because we see it as a whole. We all have like a similar government. But we all have different state governments. Two, I also, based on my job, I've been talking to a lot of older people and come to realize if you really think about it, you only have to be about 70 plus years old to have grown up in Jim Crow. You don't need it's not like it's not a lot of people that's still here in America that grew up with
Willie
colored and
Briggs is
white
still
only
alive.
bathrooms. And shoot, there are people in our politics, our government that are still, they're older than 70 years old. So to say that these type of tendencies or habits or nature or culture doesn't still exist within, I would say, the South, I think if you are from the North, you do kind of have to put more, I guess, not necessarily leeway. I can't think of the word, but you would have to believe what Edelman and KT to go to saying more so than what you are based to deal with in terms of white people. I mean, I grew up in New York. I grew up in the South to an extent, not deep South, but pretty much country white folks, and the treatment is night and day. I mean, there is a clan mentality. If you come anywhere close to the South, it is we look out for our own. I think up north is a lot more individualistic nowadays. So to get yourself caught up with a bunch of unfamiliar people in a group, you are going to feel threatened. You are going to feel like someone's going to do something to you much more retroactively in the South than I would think in the North. Like that's wise, not just you get into a fight.
All right, Sharon, can I jump in there? And I'm gonna be quick. Right. So I've been listening since the beginning of the show, right? And the first thing I'm doing is calling Cap, right? I don't think most of the people who are acting so tough, right, and advocating for our children to participate in violence are really like that, right? I barely even believe some of them are straight, right? So I'm saying it's amazing to hear all of this pushback against conflict resolution. Now, my solution is somewhere in between, right? I teach my babies, look, do everything you can to be in the right. You might want to call that adult over and say, yo, look, they're trying me, they're bothering me. I'm reaching out to you, right, to mediate the situation. If you don't do that, okay, then I can get the poking, right? It's different ways these situations could be handled. But I don't think Brownsville was ever talking about acquiescing or just being weak. We're talking about conflict resolution, and we're talking about putting our babies mentally in a position that they make the right decisions to come home. So I need everybody to stop fronting about their war stories and how many times they got jumped. Most of y'all is sweet as a pack of candy, and I yield my time. Habara Ghani to the panel.
Okay. And so Willie, you are more on, so I'm assuming from what you just said, you are more on the side of what Brownsville have been saying today. And if so, can you expound a little bit more on it besides the insults on the panel?
Bye, y'all.
No, God, you good.
Oh yeah, I was definitely with Brownsville.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
And so, and that's the only point, Sharon. I'm not saying that if you have a chance to walk away, not to walk away. Go ahead.
Shout out to Ty's boss. Willie knew his time was too long. Bah! God damn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not saying that every situation you should fight. That's not the argument that I'm making. It's plenty of times that I have had a chance to walk away from situations, right? I didn't have a chance. I'm like, hey, you know what? Y'all guys got it. And I walked away, right? But it's sometimes that you gotta teach your kids that you gotta fight. You got I'm telling you, it's a time that your kids gonna have to make a decision. right? You can't always turn the other cheek. You only got two cheeks. Sharon, that's the point that I'm making is that, yes, we should be telling our kids to have wisdom. We should be telling our kids that they should make the best decisions. But I would never hold it against my kid for defending themselves, without a doubt.
No, but the problem that I have with you, Eater Man, is why don't you do it? Why don't you do something to one of these white oppressors in the South that you scared of so that you can do 35 years? Why Carmelo Anthony had to do it? Why can't the black men, the elder black men who are really the ones scared of these white dudes, why don't y'all go out there and do it so that the young black men don't have to do it? That's my issue with y'all. But y'all
But
want to
you're
sit
saying
on
we
the
shouldn't
panel
do
with
it.
me. Y'all
You're
want to
saying
sit
we
on the
shouldn't do
panel
that.
with me and pretend like y'all about it, like Master P said. But really and truly, y'all are submitting to the white power dynamics just like everybody else. And y'all are cheering on these young people that's going to lead them to their demise and lead them back into slavery, right? Because I understand what the brother Sway said. We 70 years away from Jim Crow and all that. But guess what Carmelo Anthony is in today? He's one day in back into 1843 slavery. That's what
Nah.
he's doing right now. And Edelman isn't trying to join him because Edelman is trying to be a father, a good father to his children, and he's going to obey the white man's laws and get the white man's money, right? The same with
It's
Shadow,
Let him
crazy.
the
finish.
same with
Let him
KT,
do all the
and the
strong man.
same
Let
with
him
all
say.
of y'all brothers, right? And y'all want to talk all this mumbo jumbo and lead our young black men astray, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick for Carmelo Anthony and what he's about to go through. And you should be too, Josh, because you suffered some time in the Texas injustice system and you know exactly what he's about to go through in that max facility that he's going to. You shouldn't wish that on
Let
your
him
worst
finish,
enemy.
Josh.
But you
He's
wishing
trying
that
to
on
rise you
Carmelo
emotionally.
Anthony, a
Now let him
17-year-old young man. And either man, he don't got the heart or courage to go step forward into no max facility in the state of Texas, but he wants to go ahead and advocate for a 17-year-old, 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony to have to do 35 years in that corrupt, crazy, deplorable system. It's ridiculous to me. No, I want my young brothers and sisters to come home, be successful. He should be going to college right now. He should be somewhere in Grambling, somewhere in MIT, somewhere going to Prairie View, somewhere in some HBCU, leading the new generation into the path of righteousness. But y'all want him in prison.
Shoot, you wanted
Sir,
them to
have
just
you
sit
landed?
down and get beat
No, no,
up
no.
or
Have you
shot or
landed?
whatever.
he
So I
landed.
Hold
don't
on,
know.
Josh,
y'all.
it's fine.
Hold on,
KT,
y'all.
please.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. He was talking to Edelman first, and then Shadow. So let Edelman respond, then let Shadow respond.
Yeah, I don't understand why he think that, he's saying, I gotta go out here and fight and all these different things. And it came out of Brownsville mouth itself that he felt that he did not get a fair trial. Right? That these are the words that he stated. So now he's saying, since the system is unjust and this young man haven't had a chance to have a fair trial, and now that he's in prison, he said, y'all black men go out and do these things. What I am saying that we hear people talk about we want to just be equal in the law. We just want to have the ability to say, hey, and the crazy part is it's almost like we shouldn't address how unbalanced the system is. He can say what he want to say. He can make all these strong men and try to attack us on these panels. But what we really got to realize as black men, I'm so happy that our Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, the people who came before us didn't have that mindset because we wouldn't have moved forward as black community if they wasn't willing to fight, if they wasn't willing to do these things. It's crazy. The same thing that he's saying, if we apply that logic to the people who came before us, we will still be slaves. So somebody got to fight. And I get it. He can say what he wants to. And I'm not arguing that we should be these revolutionary, go out here killing white people. That is not my argument. I'm saying we should have a hybrid between the two. We should be able to make money and build business inside of America, but we also should be able to stand up for what's right, that's injustice in our system. Why we got to be extreme one way or the other? But if you live in the Brownsville, I got to be a extreme psychopath that just go out here and find my white oppressor and just start killing people for no reason. It's crazy.
Man. Okay, so I'm done entertaining this nonsense with Brownsville. So I'm in Dallas right now. I'm near Greenville. So I'm looking. There's 3 vehicles here that have the "Don't Tread on Me" sticker on the back of them. Anybody from Texas knows exactly what that means. It means if you step up, I will put you down. So all this BS he's talking, oh, well, you're advocating, oh, you ain't never been to, nigga, I went to Florence USP. I went to Beaumont Medium. I went to Singleville Low End Camp. I went to fucking Fort Worth. I went to MCFB Springfield. All that shit you're talking, all that, oh, you ain't gangster like that, miss me with that, bro. I hear what you're trying to do. You're trying to play that role. That's why I shot Willie's stupid ass. I wasn't finna entertain his goofy ass shit. He's somebody who's playing games on a beach every now and then. Let's talk real. Let's actually be real about this. I'm not saying that my way is the way to go. I'm not saying that everybody should be quick to jump to violence. I'm not saying that, hey, in every circumstance, the first thing you need to do is stab a white man. I'm saying if they put your back to a wall, if they approached you aggressively, because one of the few people on this panel that I know understands it is KT and E, because they both dealt with white people in the South. I was born in Houston and raised in Montana. I know different white people. I'm related to some of them. So again, you can keep talking. Sir, you literally joined their team. And now you're saying, oh, well, we need to know how to take a knee and bow down to them. No offense, you're not qualified to have this conversation, because we're talking about people who got assaulted. We're talking about people who are being harassed. When you decided to do the harassing, it was cool. When you want to stick up for your family, it's cool. But the minute we have to do the same, oh no, y'all are just being degenerates. Brownsville, here's what I'm saying. In that situation, when his back was to the wall, he did the right thing. Because in that moment, it was either him or them. You don't talk about the fact that they could have stomped him out. You want us to be reactive. You want us to make sure that he's in fear of his life immediately, and they're actually trying to take his life before he responds in kind, and you still would have found a way to blame the black man. So no, bro. You want to say, oh, well, I actually feel bad for this man, because I've been to the place he's going right now. He's in Collin County jail right now. That's the first place I went when the feds came and got me. The food there is atrocious. The policy there is atrocious. The medical there is atrocious. That man's going to go through hell for the next 12 years. But guess what? I also know the process he's going through. I know he has to do it uphill. I know how his direct appeal is going to play out, because he's going to go in front of the same judge. I know what it's going to be like to go to the Texas Supreme Court, because I won my fucking case. I actually won on appeal. So I have faith in the justice system in that case, because I can see where his issues are. I'm actually going to read the PACER. What about you, sir? Are you going to print all 1,300 documents? Are you going to go and look at everything to try to find a way to help this man get out of jail? Are you going to pay for his college tuition through Blackstone? What are you going to do to help this young man who just got screwed? Instead of telling us, we need to tell other black men not to do anything. Yeah. Bow down or lay down. You pick one.
Cuzzo, go ahead and do the
read
super
this.
chats, and then I'll respond.
Peasy ain't going. When we fight, the community got to support those who stand up and put it on the line.
Hey, Brownsville, you mind if I jump in real quick? I'm about to leave in like 1 minute.
Go ahead, Ronald.
I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, Brownsville, shout out to you. You know, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And I understand, you know, every time something happens, it's always like a race thing, white versus black, or now it's black versus Asian. But at the end of the day, the best thing you could do is to stay out of jail. If you really want to fight, stay out of jail. If you think the system is against you, don't do anything stupid that could put you in the court system, that all of a sudden now you have 12 jurors, and you have to right? Then we want to complain, oh, where's the black jurors,
Do you
right?
think
So if the system's against
Malcolm
you,
X and
don't do
Martin
anything
Luther is
stupid
stupid?
that could put you in the system. Where all of a
So,
sudden now all of a sudden there's a chance you could do 35 years in jail.
so
So I'm
Ronald,
about to run, man. Y'all take
hold
care.
on, no. Let me ask you one question before you leave. So,
All right, go ahead.
you wouldn't want us to be Malcolm X or Martin Luther King today, correct?
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, yeah, they were revolutionaries, and they did it two different ways. But in Malcolm when Malcolm was a revolutionary, what laws were he doing? Was he stabbing anybody?
Well, no,
He wasn't
you
committing
refuse
any
to answer my
deletions.
question. You refuse to answer my question. Should we be taking on the mindset of Malcolm X or Martin Luther King
Yeah,
today?
nothing's wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. But like I said, you got to do it the smart way.
You are
You're
just
not. You're
talking.
not.
Then both of these
You're
men
not
got
being.
locked up.
Went to jail.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You keep saying stay out of jail, and for them to get what they had to go to jail. Jail
Yeah,
was part of the
but they didn't.
process.
They didn't go to jail for 35 years, fool. Come on, man. You gotta come on. You gotta be smarter than that. When they went to jail, they probably spent a couple of days and was out, right? And they was doing stuff to try to make for black people better, right?
Yeah,
This dude ain't doing
Afeni
nothing to make black
Shakur.
people better by stabbing a 17-year-old boy. That's not
Afeni
being
Shakur was like a
revolutionary.
Black
That's being
Panther. She
stupid.
got Afeni
That's a
Shakur
good.
was a Black
That's a
Panther.
good.
She got
That was
Anyway,
a
I'll
good
see y'all later,
argument.
man. I got stuff to do. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, you got
All
time.
right.
You
just
got
said
time
that
to talk
general
about some
statement
stupid
was
shit.
Yeah, he likes
chaotic.
jumping up and leaving.
Y'all. Shout out to CJ Brooks. Facts and receipts. Brownsville is talking about critical thinking. Teach your kids how to read the room. Go ahead, KT.
Y'all don't think he was critical thinking in this situation? This wasn't a dumb kid.
I don't believe he was critically thinking to answer the question. I
What?
believe, I
He's a
believe,
person to beat up. Right.
I believe, I believe what happened is he did not have enough confidence and know-how to defend himself in that type of a situation. So he overreacted to his emotions. That's what I believe happened in that moment, right? That wasn't critically thinking. That was thinking, emotionally, right? And responding emotionally. And he's young. Listen, he's
Well,
young,
let me respond
right?
to that first part, Brownsville, because you about to. So I think he was critically thinking. I actually think this boy thought the law actually applied to him too. He thought that. I think it was a thought. He's like, "Hey, the law states that I can do this. I feel like the law is going to protect my decision." I think he actually thought past this, and what he realized, he said, "Oh, black people don't get the same justice in the law as white."
Yeah, but it shouldn't took it. Hold on. Here's the reality, right? We've known the laws don't apply equally to us for 200 years, right?
He's 17.
So the
What?
issue is, and this is the problem. This is the problem with y'all black men who are these fake revolutionaries, right? I call y'all fake revolutionaries because y'all have delusions of grandeur as if y'all some revolutionaries. In the meantime, you're bowing down and cowtailing to white
Well, we can just
superiority
have the
every
sermons
day of your
without the
life,
installs.
right?
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't cut you off. I didn't eat a
You
man. I didn't
definitely
cut
cut
you
me
off.
off. But
I
the
didn't cut
point,
you
the
off.
point, the point that I'm saying is, I don't understand. For you to supposed to be the high road that you can't have a conversation without the insults. That like you have to insult us instead of talking about the subject, and we let it
You
go
good there,
on and
Edelman?
on, huh? No, we
Hold
let.
on. Let Brownsville finish up his statement. KT, I know he wanted to jump in, so we let Brownsville finish off his statement. KT to go. Either man, shadow.
You take what I say, my ridicule that I give you, that's justified, by the way, as insults, and you react emotionally to it, in which the same way Karmelo Anthony reacted emotionally, right? See, we can't expect our young black men to respond logically and think critically and undergo conflict resolution and de-escalate situations when our grown black men don't have the ability to do that in a verbal intercourse, right? Verbal discourse. See, the problem that I have with y'all, right?
Here we go, more insults.
Y'all
That's what
want
I
to
said. We
get
got
y'all
to
want to
sit
get
here and take all
online.
these
Y'all want
insults,
to
and
get
then
online, right?
as soon as we
Y'all want to get
respond to his
online,
insults,
and you
we
have
will
an
be wrong to
opportunity.
insult him. He
You have
literally
an
inbound.
opportunity right now, Edomir. You have an
He embodies
opportunity,
the
right,
white man ideology. This
to
is the
speak
exact same
life.
thing.
You have an
Literally,
opportunity
take
to
my
speak life
insults
to
and
young
lay
people,
down. I'm telling you, he
and
literally
you
doing the
choose
same
to
thing
speak death.
that
But go ahead, my
Austin.
brother. Go ahead.
Exactly. Thank you. He literally doing exactly what Austin is doing. Let me insult you. Let me attack you. Let me be the aggressor. We literally seen Brownsville be the aggressive. And then he said, oh my God, they're being emotional. Literally, I don't understand. Like, for the person who's supposed to stand up for righteousness and all these stuff, you have literally attacked us without being able to have the conversation. But you're gonna say it's okay because I was justified. And just like he said, Austin was justified to kick him out this tent. I appreciate you, Ryan. I'm not about to sit here and let him just keep insulting us while we sit and listen to this. It's BS. And we know it's BS. He cannot have the conversation without talking about us. And he talking about
And
he's
every
a
comment he
critical
has, he's
thinker.
talking shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're being
He's the
emotional, but
critical
he keeps
thinker.
insulting everybody.
And he said, if I knew I was offended, this is what he said. If I knew I was offending somebody in his last conversation, I'm going to stop doing it. He's a liar. We done told him 10 times to stop insulting us. He said, I'm justified to insult you. I'm telling you, he do not live to the standard that he say he lived to. He's full of crap.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
You need it, Sean.
We got a Cash App, and it says, "Bye, Brownsville."
And I want to go a step. Hold up. I want to go a step further than that, because here's the thing.
Hold on.
I got you.
KT was supposed to be next. I don't know what happened when I left. I guess Brownsville finishing. Edomir was responding. Go ahead, KT.
I was just gonna say like my bad. Let me move my mic a little bit, but I feel this is just he said a lot of it, man. First of all, it's a lot of insults with it, but the second thing is, at least in Brownsville position, you are a police officer. You could try to say Josh works for a white man, therefore he's the same as you, but I just feel like this is more you trying to downplay how much he's accepted in this role. See, Josh plays a role in terms of working. What Brownsville does is play a role in towards of leading the system in a certain direction. We're all going to work with white people. It's a lie to say because you sell your apples to white people, you're the same as this lieutenant police officer who's following a very racist policy of things. And even it's weird for me to hear him say as an officer, we know all these injustices happen. We know all these things happen. And then you're trying to downplay any of us when you're at that position where you know the injustice happens and you're still partaking in that system. We can get into how we feel about how we should go about things. But again, going back to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and them, these people were willing to die for what they were talking about. Like we could say you could do 50 years, whatever. I think the ultimate sacrifice is saying I will lay my life down in order for us, and that's how they felt, right? They said I'll lay my life down in order for my people to make progress. We should, unless we're willing to say that, we shouldn't be trying to make this a whole, oh, you ain't really about to do nothing or this, that, and the fifth. We just really need to have some change in terms of our mindset. It's too much. Well, how do we work with them and how do we please the people who have oppressed us time and time and time again? It does not help to work within the system. We just have to figure out some way to, in my opinion, just to work around the system and kind of in the area. Because otherwise we're just gonna keep being here. It's gonna be half of us saying fuck that, we gotta stand up for us, and the other half saying, hey, we just need to oblige the best way we can, and then things will happen honestly. But until we get to this point again where we're saying we're willing to stand, die, go to jail, whatever for this shit, we're going to continue to be here.
Go ahead, Shadow.
Here's my issue. So I don't understand Brownsville's point. Is it if I fight back, I'm a criminal degenerate. If I don't fight back, I'm complacent to the white man. If I'm telling kids how to defend themselves, I'm instigating the degeneracy. If I tell them they're just supposed to bow down and take whatever white people give them, then I'm promoting degeneracy. Like he's explaining the no-win situation that we're talking about. And no matter how you twist it, no matter how you try to make, how pretty you try to make it sound, he's saying that no matter what they do to you, you can't do anything back. Karmelo Anthony, man, that man is not in jail right now because he felt, no, hold on. But you say he is? No, I know he's in jail, but I'm saying he's not in jail right now because he decided that, oh, no matter what today, I'm going to go kill me a white man. It was, hey, people started accosting. He was sitting down when it all started. They came to him. They were his aggressors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because he didn't just take it and do what Brownsville said and get up and walk away. Listen, yes, master. All of a sudden, now he's the problem. Now he's the degenerate. He said exactly what they said in that trial. He's the monster because he wouldn't get bitched out. And that's messed up. Oh no, you just got to take the L. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is you cannot accept being abused because get this. Had Karmelo been the one who died that day, Brownsville would have said it's the black man's fault for not teaching him how to defend himself in a situation where he's bullied. We're not making anything about black men. We're making it about what actually happened. That man was harassed. That man responded in kind. He said, you are not doing this to me. And he stood on it. And then when the cops came to him, he said, yes, I did that because they were threatening me. It was his first words. He's like, I was trying to defend myself. He said, I was trying to defend myself. But we keep ignoring that. We keep ignoring what actually happened because we're trying to make a narrative. No, he was trying to defend himself. He made a poor decision in trying to defend himself. But in my opinion, that poor decision was still justified because he would have made it home that day. He's still alive to serve that sentence today. Because had they stomped him out and he died, everybody would have just been like, oops, oh well. No, yeah, let's actually stand up for what was right.
So how many people you know died from getting jumped?
There are. Remember, I've been to actual prison. I've seen people die from getting jumped. Yes. We had a body on Florence USP every other week.
All right, so you are probably one of the. So you've seen somebody actually get beat to death. Before.
I've seen people. I've watched natives stomp people to death, where they shut down the entire states of federal prisons because they got stomped.
Do you think most people that see people get jumped, they see somebody actually lose their life?
No, but I do think people who get jumped get hurt seriously.
And do you think that majority of people that get jumped, we just assuming, right? Do they lose their life?
No, so I don't believe most people who get jumped lose their life.
Okay, and I think that's what Brownsville is talking towards.
But Sharon, let me ask you a question. Should I wait to see if he would have lost his life before I say he could have defended himself?
No. Before we move it, let's go back.
I'm not moving it yet. I'm not moving it yet. I'm saying, should we have waited until his life was in danger before he defended himself? That's the only question I'm asking because it's relevant to this case.
Should we wait? Well, that's a tough question because I believe he felt like his life was in danger.
Right. And that's Sharon. That's all I'm trying to get at. Sharon KT. That's all I'm saying. We can't say what that young man felt at that moment. And he felt justified. That's why he warned them. Hey, if you put your hands on me again, I have something for you. Instead of heeding that warning, that burly ass white dude decided, let me test him. And he tested him and got the answer.
I'm trying to check Sharon logic. So Do you believe most people who get stabbed dies?
I think it's a high chance of you dying. Yes.
Interesting.
I think more people die from stabs than guns and getting jumped. Yes. I
So
think
when you wait,
Nas killed I
what
think
about
Nas killed more people than guns and fistfights. Yes.
hey, what about epilepsy? Do you think somebody with epilepsy getting in a fight could risk their life? Do you think they could die if they got jumped?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I feel like it was justified. He has a history
Yeah,
of epilepsy. He got
his
circled.
his defense team should have played to that as well. So either man, but either man, what you don't believe that being stabbed is something that people die from?
No, I think people die from it, but I think most people survive stabbings.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying, from my opinion, I know a lot of people that got stabbed and they survived, right? But I guess that's anecdotal, right? But I think it really.
Well, I mean, but either man, to be fair, where we from, a lot of people survive some wild things.
Yeah, I get that. So I'm just trying.
Holes.
Nah, more
So
people survive stab wounds than actually die from. Like
so
from
no, but
getting moved.
because what I was trying to
Okay.
really kind of process the mindset
Been
of.
stabbed.
So, because like if this would have came back a little bit different, like they said, hey, what we gonna say is we not gonna charge you with first degree murder one. That's what he got charged with. If they would have like processed
Crazy.
this almost in the way of we saw the Mexican kid in the roughly right up the street who went to the bathroom and actually stabbed somebody and was had this a whole bunch of stuff. If they would say, hey, maybe we should charge him with manslaughter. Maybe we should charge him with I think it's called the negligent homicide. I think was the other option, right? What
Yeah, yeah.
if we would have saw some level of empathy? Hey, check this out. We understand that you were charged with this. We're gonna give you 10 years, right? I think my take would have been different, right? My take would have been like, okay, you can see that at some level of this, that he wasn't trying to kill him. That's why I asked you, does stabbing equal death? Because most of the time it doesn't, right? Just because you stab somebody doesn't mean that you was trying to kill him. It means that you was trying to hurt him. So the whole point that I'm trying to understand is out of all of that things, they gave him the worst because he's black. And I think that's a conversation that's worth having. Instead of us just saying, well, since we know we're going to get the worst as we are black, don't talk about it. Just tell the kids to stay away from it. It's almost being disingenuous from my point of view. Sharon.
And I want to make another point. After he stabbed him, everybody else dipped out. That knife did its job. It not only stopped the aggression that was at him, it stopped further aggression. Sometimes you got to hit one to get everybody else off of you. I'm just saying, I know it's not right, but he did what he had to do to protect himself.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like, can y'all see? Can y'all at least see it from where I'm coming from? Like, if there's 4 people who were around him, 12 people who are around him, I don't care how many people, more than one. He hits one person, and everybody immediately backs up and dips out, including his brother. His brother left him there. I'm just saying. They wasn't gonna jump him in.
Martin Deja, subpar lovers. Good day. Where's my number 4? She threw with everybody today. She done took her ball, went home. She threw with everybody. She cussed everybody out. And we at the 5-hour mark. So
Even though she ain't here. Any fighting words, PhD Diva? We know you in the clouds.
Oh shit. Did his lawyer at least try to humanize him? It don't seem so.
I just think
It
his
don't
lawyer.
seem so.
I really have a problem as we about to end the show with what the family did with the $600,000. They raised $600,000. I think $500,000 went to them relocating, getting a new house, and then they spent the money not, I think, in the best way to be able to get him a legal team. As with 600,000 raised, he shouldn't have had a lawyer. He should have been like P. Diddy, had about 4-5 lawyers up there, like that could argue at that level. So I do think that it was a miss. I think it would have been a whole different case if he would have had a team of lawyers. I don't think he would have got 30. I still think he might would have went to jail, but I don't think he would have got 35 years. So do we think that that should be addressed, Sharon, that they raised 600,000 and they spent majority of that on them getting a home or different things like that?
Yeah. I do absolutely blame the parents. They have an issue. I don't know what they was doing. It's kind of crazy to me. Browns, are you there? I don't think he's there. It was not money well spent. They did not vet the lawyer properly. I don't understand it. It don't make no sense to me. I don't understand what that lawyer was doing. It seemed like he was in cahoots with the whole situation as well. I wish him the best for the appeal. I think he got some good possibilities of appealing. I think he have a good argument for the jurors. I think he have a good argument that his lawyer was incompetent. I think he have a possibly even have a good case that everybody was in cahoots and set him up to go down for 35 years. With that being said, I wish him the best. This is a sad time because one family lost, they got to bury somebody, and another family got to see their young man go to jail for 35 years if the appeal doesn't work. That's sickening. Make sure y'all hit that like. We should be able to get to 200 likes. That should be no problem. And only one person spoke from after the trial. That is crazy as well. I think the fact that it took him only 2 days to close his argument, that is insane. So the prosecution did about a week in a day, and you did 2 days? Nah, bro. You didn't put enough work in. Forever, how much you got paid? I don't know. If you got paid 100,000, 50,000, I don't know what you got paid because I know a lot of it went to the house. Man, there's a lot of things in this situation where I think the parents dropped the ball. And one thing for sure, seemed like they mismanaged that 600,000. That's for sure. Mm. With that being said, I'll speak to y'all later. Because M1, I don't think he should have got M1. Jail, we can understand. M1, that's a little different. We'll see y'all mañana. Salute to everybody that was here. Salute to everybody hit the like, Cash App, Super Chat, share button, all those great things. Let's keep this thing moving. Keep having dope conversations. Oh, there you go.
Yo, peace and love, man. You ending the show,
you want to you want to close it out?
Yeah, man. I think people get it misconstrued that I'm saying you need to be a coward. You need to bow down to white authority. You need to run away from confrontations and all of those kind of things. And I'm not saying that at all. I heard Edelman Williams say it's a lose-lose situation. But as a father of a 17-year-old son, every time he comes home, that's a win for me. And it should be a win for all fathers, right? your son coming home. That's a win. Karmelo Anthony's not coming home for a long time. That's a loss. So this is a teaching moment right here, right? Yes, we live in a justice system that's not created equal, right? Stand your ground means something different for a white man than it does for a black man. We already knew all of these things, right? This is not anything new. What we should be teaching our kids is how to properly undergo conflict resolution, how to properly understand how to de-escalate situations, how to understand how to critically think yourself out of a brown paper bag. Don't bring a knife to a shove fight. If you can't walk away, bring a fist to a shove fight. And I guarantee you, you're going to go home. And that's a win, right? I'm tired of our young people taking losses because we're being miseducated by black people who aren't wise. They're old, but they aren't wise, right? You can't promote your prison background and how many jails you've been into and then talk about being a revolutionary when you didn't even go to jail for doing revolutionary work. When Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, when they was taking those brothers to jail, they was going to jail for righteous causes. You went to jail for selling drugs. You went to jail for pimping women. But yet and still you choose to come on these public platforms as if you're some revolutionary. You're not. You're fake. You're a fraud. You're a phony. And you want to get upset with me because I'm pointing out the obvious? No. I'm very disappointed in Eda Man Williams. Eda Man Williams is a father. Eda Man Williams is a businessman. Eda Man Williams is an educated man. But now he's on panels advocating for these young people to not critically think, not undergo conflict resolution, not try to de-escalate the situation, to bring knives to shove fights. Come on, man. Eda Man knows this system is not an equal system, and you can use and say stand your ground and self-defense all you want. Try it in the state of Texas. Try it in the state of Florida. Try it in the state of Georgia. Try it in the state of Alabama. He knows that because that's where he's from. So we got to get to the point to where we get back to the basics when it comes to discipline, when it comes to educating, when it comes to training, and when it comes to setting the example. My heart is broken for Karmelo Anthony and his family. I wish I was there during that episode that went on so I could have got him out of that situation. I wish I was there to train him and educate him prior to him making that decision that he made. And now what happened to him is not right. It's not justice. It's not justified. It's horrific. It's horrible. It's deplorable. But that is the system in which we live in, right? And we can talk the talk and say, oh man, we got to do something. We ain't doing enough. And yeah, but try going to another country. A brother brought up Haiti. Nobody's trying to live in Haiti. Even though our system is messed up, guess what? This is one of the greatest countries to live in on earth for black people. Go to those other countries. Go to Africa. Go to wherever you want to go to and see how black people are living there. I guarantee you're going to run yourself right back to America. My cousin trying to figure it out in China right now. Hopefully, China show him something different. But if I was a betting man, I would think he's going to run himself back to America at some point too. So we got to be honest. We got to call balls and strikes and look at this thing objectively and we have to impress upon these young people to learn from other people's mistakes so that you don't have to suffer that same fate that Karmelo Anthony had to suffer. And all y'all brothers, Edelman, Williams, Shadow, all y'all brothers who are talking all this revolutionary talk, I expect y'all to show proof that y'all have visited that brother Karmelo Anthony, that y'all have sent that brother care packages, that y'all have wrote that brother, that y'all are helping him with his legal defense. Now, listen, I'm expecting that. The next time you come on a panel, show us what you did for Karmelo Anthony, since you sitting up here advocating for young black men to follow that path. Let's see you walk the walk and not just talk the talk. You want to be a revolutionary? Show us what you've done for your community, other than sell drugs, other than pimp women. Show us what you're doing on a daily basis. If you can't show us, then we don't believe you. You need more people. Man, y'all have a blessed day. Pray for the Karmelo Anthony's family. Pray for Karmelo Anthony. And Cuzzo, if you can, you know, if at all possible, drop the link whenever you can to Karmelo Anthony's, his address to where he's gonna be, so the SBG family can write him, can try to support him in ways that could be beneficial to him. I would like to send him some reading materials, to put some money on his books, to help him out however I can. And I mean that. When you find it, drop it, and then we can do that as an SBG family. But yeah, we got to do better as black men. And what we did today on this panel is disgraceful. And it wasn't a representation of what our young black brothers should be doing. Peace and love.
We got Ronald, 804. We can't complain about the system while having a criminal mindset, which places us right back in the slavery system called prison. Use common sense. The sophisticated jerk. Showing support. Brownsville cooked today. Men have to learn how to use their hands. Don't be laughing. Thank y'all. We appreciate y'all. And tomorrow is another day.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me